Hey, what is up, y'all? I am so stoked for today. I hope you guys are as well. I am your host. There we go. I am your host, Edward Euler. Happy to be joined by y'all. Today is a big one. Today we are going to start tackling Mage Knight Ultimate Edition, designed by Vlada Shivato and published by WizKids Games. Now, a huge thank you to Eric and the folks over at WizKids for providing us with this review copy of the game, and honestly just being a joy to work with. So that's pretty awesome. I am super stoked for today. So welcome everybody watching live around the world, as well as after the fact. It's going to be a good one. Now, a whole lot of prefacing, a whole lot on the front end. So, if you are experienced with Mage Knight, this is probably not going to be the stream for you. That's going to be next weekend. And the reason I say that is what I've decided to do with this is I'm going to make this a series between today as well as not this coming weekend, but the following weekend. It's going to be Mage Knight weekend. And the reason for that is I came into this brand new. And I'm still, for all intents and purposes, really new to the Mage Knight universe. And there are things I wish I had known when I opened the box that isn't explained just about anywhere else. Now, there are a number of excellent videos out there as far as how to set things up, how to play it, this and that. Some dated, some current, etc. But I figure I would tackle it as well, but also introduce some things that nobody else seems to talk about really. And so, if you have Mage Knight Ultimate Edition, and you're thinking, oh, this would be a good time to go ahead and bust open the box, I support that, but stop. Seriously, stop, okay? I'm going to explain some things as we go along here. So this is going to be a very slow and methodical process to be able to get into it. So here is what I am thinking about doing, or what I'm going to be doing here. So today is going to be basically from opening the box, kind of, to things you should know about as you open the box, to how to set up for the scenario that we're going to play today, and then play through First Reconnaissance. Now, First Reconnaissance is basically a tutorial, kind of very basic level game. Next weekend, we're going to play through a solo game. And then, I think that'll be probably on Saturday, and then on Sunday, the plan is to dig into the expansion stuff and do a solo scenario for that as well. So there you go. So like I said, if you're familiar with this might not be the most entertaining or useful stream to you. But if you're new to Mage Knight, especially the Ultimate Edition, I think you're going to find this really valuable, because I wish I had this stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be methodical. It's going to be meandering at times. It's going to be it's going to be what it's going to be. It's live. Difference between this and edited is it's going to be me live. So there you go. Mage Knight, generally accepted as the single best solo board game out there. And I would argue that this is probably Vlada Shivato's magnum opus. Now, you got to also understand that one of my favorite games of all time, Through the Ages, also designed by Vlada. And I haven't been this excited about a board game in a very long time. And I'm super excited to be able to do this together with y'all. I have 5 hours. I'm not saying this is going to be that long. I'm just saying 5 hours. I have Jeff coming over. We're going to go through High Frontier with the expansions to get ready for this weekend stream. So I have 5 hours. So let's get into it, shall we? Here we go. Mage Knight Ultimate Edition. All right. So this is loosely set up, as you can see here, for the solo game. But we are not even going to talk about this yet. Just hard stop, pause, stop. If you have the box and you are opening it for the first time, before you punch anything, I'm going to set this over here. I want to bring everybody's attention to this handy dandy little piece of paper here, okay? Unfortunately, this is not online anywhere, so you're going to have to look at this, well, as you see. So, as you can see, there are a number of punch boards with Mage Knight Ultimate Edition. Everything you see on this side is the base game enemy tokens and the number of enemy tokens. You know what? Hold on. This is an amazing game. Legit. How the hell they didn't include a components list? You would think that would... Anyway. Pay close attention to this, okay? Base game tokens, this side. Expansion tokens, this side. So as you are punching this, make note of this, please, okay? Please make note of this, okay? All right, so that's as far as punching things. Now, I'm going to also point out some other stuff, okay? Now, there is a walkthrough. There is a rule book. And when you're first opening the box, I would like to bring your attention to the expansion rule book, okay? There's a reason I am stressing this, okay? Because the closest thing that you are going to get to a component summary is going to be listed in each of the little expansion component area right here. It calls out specific numbers of cards, or specific card numbers, I should say. So with that said, let me go ahead and show you guys this. Hey, all right. This is found on BGG, and I cannot stress to you the importance of this little document, okay? Now what this document is, let me show you guys, is down here at the bottom, it says base game, it has Ultimate Edition, it has the Lost Legion, which is one of the expansions, Krang, another of the expansions, and then Shades of Tesla, which is another expansion, okay? All right? Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because these numbers, as you can see there, are all the card numbers that are in the base game. Okay, that's all cool. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay. The Ultimate Edition adds a handful of cards. And by a handful, I mean literally it's 5 cards. And you know what? In fact, I want you guys to be able to see this. I want you guys to see where I'm pointing on this stuff. Now, I realize I'm probably beating a dead horse to a lot of folks. Okay? All right? But card numbers right here on the base game. Great. Ultimate Edition, 5 cards. Find these card numbers. Okay? Maybe set them aside or include them, either way, in the base game. However, this, okay? So the expansion components, so if you guys take a look, and I'll show you guys this here, Wolfhawk here has some specific card numbers here, as well as some tokens, and Voltaire has some as well, okay? All right? Now, in addition to those, there are specific advanced action cards, there are spells, there are artifacts, okay? And then the units, these are the actual tokens right through here, okay? So you may, and the same goes with Krang, so we have the various cards, okay? Krang's pretty straightforward. And then here we have We have Shades of Tesla. Okay, cool. Those are pretty good. However, the Lost Legion adds these extra cards, these advanced actions, these spells, and these artifacts here. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is if you're anything like I am, you probably want to, learn the game from the base game before introducing, say, expansion stuff. So, what I have done here is, if you're anything like I am, I have some extra bags laying around, as you do. Okay? So, the 5 extra cards here for the Ultimate Edition, I went ahead and bagged up separately there. I would recommend you all do that. Then we have all of Krang's components in a bag. Okay? I will go through the various components here in a little bit, but we have Krang. So, all of his cards as called out on the numbers. Now, I will show you the numbers here in detail in a little bit, as well as all the other little cardboard components for the Krang expansion. And then for Wolfhawk, same thing goes, and the extra Voltaire tile. Had to figure out what the Voltaire tile was, because it's not shown anywhere. Okay, so there's that. I'll probably go through that in a little bit. And finally, the big expansion. I believe this is the Shades of Tesla. So all of those components, as well as the cards and everything in that bag. Okay? So I'm trying to somewhat be a little bit funny about this. Okay? As you go through this, okay, I'm just really stressing, save yourself some hours. Okay? So what I'm going to do now is I want to show you guys the cards here a little bit. All right. So, and it's going to be a little bit hard to see, but I'm going to zoom in just on this camera and hopefully it cooperates. There, sort of, yeah. Come on. There we go. See that number in the bottom right-hand corner? I gotta cut my nails. See all that, right? See those numbers? Like 90 of 377. Those are the card numbers that you're going to want to separate, okay? Now, you can include the Legion stuff, as Jonathan says. However, if you were like me and wanting to walk through this step by step, maybe not the best idea. All right, well, anyway, there are card numbers like that. There are card numbers like so. And then there are other card numbers like so, like there, okay? All right. So just an FYI, be aware of these things as we go along, or as you're sorting all of this, okay? All right? All right. So now that we have kind of covered that, let's go ahead and go through some other things that you are going to probably want to know. Oh, I guess there is one other little gotcha here. So here, multiplayer removed for solo. So there are certain spells and there are certain tiles that we're going to remove for each player as well. Okay, so just pointing that out. All right. All right. So I put all that off to the side. I think that has done its job. All right. So now let's go ahead and go through component-wise what it is that we're looking at. Now, there are a number of different types of cards in this game, okay? So any of these orange back cards that you see here, they are all going to have a whole lot of different fronts on them. But on the backs, what they have in common, obviously, is their back, and these are going to be called deed cards, like the deed to your house, like deed, okay? There are going to be various deed cards for your Mage Knight themselves. There are going to be, which starting ones look like this. And as somebody had pointed out, each of these, for each of the different Mage Knights, will have their own symbol in the top right-hand corner. Okay, so as you can see here, my starter deck has all of those in the symbol in the top right-hand corner there. Okay, so in addition to those, we have advanced action cards that look like this. We have spell cards that look like this. We have artifacts that look like this. We have wound cards that look like that. All of those have the exact same back, which is the orange Mage Knight back. Okay? The reason for that is they're eventually, in theory, going to end up in our deck. And so we don't want to know what they are, obviously, as we're, shuffling, going through our deck here. However, they all do various different things. So this deck of starter cards are our starter actions, which, as I said, have the symbol in the top right-hand corner there. In addition to those, there will be advance action cards. Now, advance action cards, I'll go ahead and move those out of the way now. Advance action cards have this little symbol or this little design, I guess, frame around them, okay? So regardless of the color of the card, they're going to have that goldish frame around the outside. Those are all going to be advance actions. Now, because we are playing the Reconnaissance, first Reconnaissance, we only have a very few of these in play per the rules. I'll get into that when we get into the setup. So that is the advance action deck there. The next, we will talk about the spells, and the spells, pretty cut and dried. I mean, they're purple. They're they're all purple, and there's a top and a bottom to them, okay? So I think at this point I could probably zoom that back out a bit. There we go. All right, so spells, purple, all right? Ignore the symbol up here for now. We'll get into that here in a little bit, but there you go. So we have spells there. The wounds, these suck, these are bad, and there's a lot of them. They're all identical, so just throw them all in a pile. Okay, easy enough. All of these will be face down. And then finally, we have artifacts. And artifacts have this little kind of bronzish, goldish frame around them, as you can see there, okay? So those will be in their own deck as well, okay? All right? All right, fine, deed is in heroic action. Fine, so be it. All right. Starter deck, advance actions, spells, wounds, artifacts. So there we go. All of those will end up with the orange back. So as you open these, I think it's 4 decks of cards, you're going to have, and they are not organized in any rhyme or reason, it feels like. So what I would start with is separating the Lost Legion and the various expansions off into their own stuff. Then the cards that are left, you can actually shuffle up all of them that are together based on the type of card that they are. Hopefully I'm making this simple for everybody going forward, okay? Then there are these cards, which I'll show you the backs of these here, okay? And these are going to be informational cards, okay? So these are going to have to do with any of the locations that we're going to come in contact with here, all of those. And then there are, for the 4 different types of castles, and little symbology, iconography to help you, remind you of what's special about each individual castle. There's going to be various scoring, in-game scoring card back here, and then some other things to remind you. Apparently this can be played multiplayer. Who knew? I'm joking somewhat, but most everybody I know plays the solo. So, all right. All right. So various different location cards. So these are going to be informational. Okay, so any of the ones that have this back, you can sort off to the side. Now, there are ones for the expansions. I did not include any of those because all of those are in with the various expansion bags. Kind of makes sense. Why clutter this more than it's already going to be? Okay? All right, good. All right. Let me see what else. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, let me set those aside. All right. So there are, as you can see, a moment. More cards than those. Tactics decks. There are 2 tactics decks. There's one for the day, one for the night. So just sort them by their backs. Sort them by their backs, and then just kind of set them aside for right now. Okay? And then there are units. There are basic units, and then there are elite units. So the basic units are kind of this silverish, kind of blackish color here. And then the elite units have that kind of gold back to them. Okay? Now, for our scenario, these gold ones, these look all pretty and all nice, and they have the Roman numerals up here in the top right-hand corner. We're just going to get rid of these for now because they're not going to show up for this scenario that we have. So we have these right here, like so. The last bit of cards that we need to go over, we have hero cards. So for each faction, or for each Mage Knight, I should say, there is a number of various components that go with each of the Mage Knights. So we'll start off with each Mage Knight has their own hero card, okay? They obviously have their own fancy, handy-dandy little mini. We'll get to these in a bit. And then, cardboard-wise, what do we have? Well, we already covered the deck of cards that come with them based on the symbol up there. Each one has 2 cards that has to do with their various skills here, and these are actually double-sided, the same on both sides, so just had them face up like so. Then, actually, now the cardboard. If you're anything like me, anytime you see a blank component like this, blank on one side, you tend to throw it out. Don't do that with this one, okay? It's not blank on the other side. This is important. Do not throw this one out. It is part of the various heroes. So the face up, or the blank one, if you will come out here, and then all of the others are stacked up and in numbers from lowest to highest here. That will go onto your hero card. And then each of your heroes will have a set of skills that matches their faction icon on the back of them. Okay, so I chose Norawas, and why? Because nobody ever plays Norawas. I watched a million various videos, and everybody plays the cool-looking dragon, or the, oh shoot, I forget their names. I'll find them here in a bit. But dragon, etc., etc. They also have their your handy-dandy little markers that are for conquering locations out here on the board, as well as for tracking your fame and reputation and such like there, okay? So each hero has their own stack of stuff. They also have their turn order little marker here that has their marker on the back as well. So each of the 4 heroes that are in the base game have those. Okay, so there we go. And yeah, so my hero, Norawas, our stuff set up, ready to go. Okay, Tovak the Golden Knight. There you go. That's it. All right. So now that we have talked about the individual heroes, we have talked about the various types of cards that are in the game. Now, what else are there? Well, there's a ton of different chits, right, or cardboard pieces up there. Now, those are going to be the various types of enemy units. Now, we briefly touched on this when I warned you to separate them, expansion ones, base ones. So all of these base tokens that you see listed right here are actually shuffled up in the various stacks right there for the different types of baddies that we're going to come into contact with throughout the game, okay? So there's going to be orcs, there's going to be, for all intents and purposes, elementals, there's going to be humans, there's mages, there's golems, there's crypt worms, which are the ugliest things in the world, and then dragons. And the yellow ones are ruins. So pretty cool stuff, okay? All right. So those are all shuffled up in the various types, as you can see up there. Then we have the actual fame board here. We have the day-night board, and then we have mana dice. Off camera, we have a whole bunch of mana tokens in the various colors. Now, there are 4 different colors of basic mana. We have white, blue, red, and green. Sorry, colorblind folk. And then there are 2, I'll call them advanced mana or special mana, which are the black and gold mana as well. Okay? All right. The only other thing that we haven't really talked about now are the map tiles. So the map tiles, there is 1 starter map tile. You know it's a starter tile because it's the only tile in the game that is double-sided. There is a B side, and I will go ahead and show you guys this. So if you look right there, there is a handy-dandy little A or B, or a number depending on what kind of tile it is. Okay, so we have A. So we're going to be playing on the A side, so we'll go and throw it out there like so. All right. Cool. That's pretty much everything except for the actual minis. So let me figure out which mini is actually me. I believe that is Norowas. Nice. All right, cool. Everyone plays Goldix, which is the dragon. Everybody plays it. I thought I would try something different for you guys, and now I get grief about it. Jeez, tough crowd. All right. So now let's go ahead and talk about setting up for First Reconnaissance. Okay. So First Reconnaissance. This is kind of how the game recommends you set things up. Okay. Now I'm gonna clean things up a little bit. Just gonna move the pieces that are not in play out of the way. Now, we're going to set Goldix aside because we're going to actually use Goldix as the dummy player. Not that Goldix is a dummy, it's a smart dragon. All right. So, first things first, put the Fame board somewhere convenient or for screen space where you can. Then you're going to take all of the tokens and you're going to shuffle them up as you have in the various types and put them up above the board like you have there. Then the advanced actions. Now, the advanced actions here. We are only playing with numbers 65 through 80. Again, looking at the numbers in the bottom right-hand corner, 65 through 80. Now, I need to shuffle these because I actually almost forgot to take out the other ones. All right, and the reason for that is the other base game ones, which are 81 to 92, I believe they are. These get removed for First Reconnaissance. So we'll set those aside. So these bad boys need to get shuffled for a minute, all right? Hey, Laura. Welcome, everybody. And yes, the minis come pre-painted. I'll be honest. Paint job on them. But again, it's plastic dolls. I really couldn't care less. But the theme in this game comes through, and yeah, I am a fan. All right. I'm going to take a little bit of liberty on this. Now, First Reconnaissance says that you actually don't put out the offer for these until you actually need to. I don't want to get up and down more than I have to, so I'm going to go ahead and put the offer out now, which technically you're not supposed to do. But I think we can give myself a little bit of grace on that. So we'll put that right there, and then we're going to put the offer out like so. And we'll try and figure out if I have the spacing correct on this, and I do not. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So it's an offer of 3 cards of the advanced actions, okay? I feel like everything's crooked. Maybe it's just me. Then we have the day-night board here. We will roll the mana dice. The number of mana dice is always 2 more than the number of player. So that's going to be 1, because 1 player, and then 2 more for a total of 3 dice. Boom, done. Then we need to put our turn order marker over here. We'll get to Goldix here in a minute. And then I'm total brain cramping on the actual term here. A moment. the regular units. There we go. So the regular units have the Roman numerals 1 and 2 in the top right-hand corner. Those are going to be sorted, again, silver deck here. Okay. So I'm going to shuffle these. Give me a moment. How's everybody doing today? So the unit offer is going to be 3 across. So we're going to throw out 3 in the unit offer. And First Reconnaissance also says if it's your first game, it recommends that you only put out the offer as long as there is at least 1 village, and there is. Okay, so I will show you guys that in a moment. So we're just going to go ahead and put this out, and we have those out like so there. Okay? All right, now what I was talking about is, and I'll actually show you both of these over here. So on the units, there's a bunch of different symbols, a lot of different information. We'll get to all that later on. But the symbol I want to bring your attention to is over here on the left-hand side. That is a village symbol. So the little house-looking one. The castle one is going to be for a, is that monastery or castle? I forget. But the important thing is when you deal it out, you want to make sure that you have one of these in the original, in the beginning offer, per the rules. So there you go, one of these symbols, which we do. And it says just keep drawing until you do, and then have 3 out there, okay? The tactics cards, we're going to shuffle these up. These are basically turn order for us, as well as turn order for Goldix, for the dummy, for the AI, for the bot, whatever. But it's also going to have some sort of special rule breaker. We'll get into that here in a little bit, but we have that. So we'll just go ahead and set those there. And then the spells, we're going to shuffle up, and we're going to do the exact same thing as we did for the advanced actions. And again, the rules technically say that until you need to actually put out the spell offer, don't do so, because it's just going to be overwhelming, the amount of information that's out there for new players. But let's face it, I mean, yes, we're starting basic, but come on, I have faith in y'all. Monastery, thank you, that was it. Good enough. I actually had shuffled these, but that's okay. So, move those over and eyeball roughly. We're going to put out 3 spells. And then the spell offer, or the spell deck, will go there. The wounds we actually don't need to shuffle because they're all wounds. And then the artifacts, we're not going to see these probably for a while, but that's okay. We can still shuffle them up here. So I realize we've been going for like 40 minutes and we haven't even gotten into the game or even how to play the game or anything. But I thought it was important to go over all of this stuff because I'll be honest, it literally took me hours to piece all this together, and it shouldn't. There should be a component list in a rulebook, and there's not, which that's a Travis Sham mockery. I can't understand how that got overlooked. But anyway, nonetheless, here we are. So we have the advanced actions, we have the basic units, we have the day-night board, which the day-night board is going to start on the day side. We have our tactics cards ready to go. We have our spell offer, we have wounds, and we have the artifacts. So, and as well as all the baddies that we're going to encounter stacked up there. Awesome. So now what we need to do is we need to set up our character. But we've already done this, but I'll go ahead and walk through this as well. Okay. So you have your hero and you have your hero mini here as well. Okay. All right. Then you have your command tokens. Okay. That's what these are. Now these command tokens, I'll go ahead and show you guys these. So these command tokens are based on your level. So whatever the top one is your current level. So it's going to start with the 1, 2, and then advance to the 3, 4, hopefully, as we go along. The blank one starts there because that's going to be able to command your first unit that you have available to you, okay? So you start with this one, and then all of these are stacked up as you see them, like there, as so. And then these will go onto your hero card, like so. And then command one will be over here for whenever we get somebody that we can actually command. It's going to be an assistant or part of our army, okay? Our deck of, again, all the ones that have our symbol, our starter action deck, we're going to shuffle these bad boys up. That's terrible. And yeah, I thought about sleeving this, and I was like, I probably will want to, honestly. But I was worried about reflective on stream and all that. So, plus, that's a lot of sleeves. All right, so those are all shuffled up. We have our skills. Our skills are going to get shuffled up as well. Now, I told you that one of them got removed. So, let me show you guys the one that got removed, sort of. So, this skill here has a little white head shape on it right here. All the ones that have their, each hero has one that has a black one. Remove the black one, set it aside. That's only for multiplayer game, and I'm just never going to use that one, so I just bagged it up for all of them and set them aside. So the white one can be in here. I believe it's only the black ones that get removed. Okay? All right. And now that I made a disaster of that, all right, so we will shuffle all these. Good enough. Okay. And then we need 2 of our faction markers. One over here on the fame board. I want to live forever. It's going to start at 0 and 0. So reputation, fame. Okay? All right. So all of that is set up. Now we need to set up the dummy. So Goldix, the only thing we need for Goldix is we need, and we're just going to use this area over here. We're going to need their skills. And we don't need any, well, we may actually. We'll go and set those aside. So we need Goldix's card right there. And, I mean, even though we don't need it, might as well just keep Goldix out there. All right. So then, for Goldix's deck, and again, symbol matches Goldix, so okay, cool. We're going to shuffle these up. I don't know why I'm bothering doing that. Hold on. Good enough. All right. So we have that. Now, in addition to this, every hero has 3 little dots or gem markers down here, which is actually mana markers, okay? Those mana markers are only used when you're playing with a dummy player, all right? So what it shows is what mana needs to go into their little holding area here, like so. So it's going to be 2 green and 1 blue. I don't get those. It's only for the dummy player. Even when you're playing multiplayer with the dummy player, it's only for them. So I'll just keep those there. There we go. Their skills, we'll go ahead and shuffle up. Oops. And what the dummy player is, basically, they're the timer, or one of the timers, kind of the game. So all of the other, and we need their turn order marker as well. So all the other tokens, set aside, we're not going to use those. All right, the last thing we need to do now for setup is we need to actually do the map. Now, per the scenario, and let me go ahead and grab that book and make sure that I get this correct. So per the scenario, which is hold on, that's the expansion one. Let's put that away. The regular rule book. First, Reconnaissance. Yeah, I'll show you guys it here. Ooh, it's a little bright, but there you go. All right, so you go through all this, and then the solo variant, which I would argue that this game is just the solo game, but I digress. So the map shape, it says a wedge with no limitations. We'll get to that in a second. And then how many countryside tiles? It says 8, 9, or 11. It's almost like you get to choose, but you really don't. What it means is with 2 players, you get 8 tiles. With 3 players, you get 9 tiles. With 4 players, you get 11 tiles. Took me a second to figure that out too. So yeah. All right. So there are 2 different types of, well, 3 different. There is the starter tile. There are core tiles, which are the brown ones. And then there are country tiles, which are the green ones. Okay. Now I have taken the liberty of going ahead and grabbing them all. And I'm going to shuffle these up. Oh, what? I'm sorry, making you guys dizzy here. It says we're going to grab 8 countryside tiles. So that's going to be 4. And I already have 2 out there. So there, we'll count those 6 plus the 2 that are out there. And then for the core city tiles, the 1 city tile and then 2 non-city tiles. So if we take a look, I think you can tell which are the city tiles and which ones are not. So there are 4 cities in the game. They are green, blue, white, and red. Okay, they look like this. So that would be our city tile. This would be our non-city tiles. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn them face down. We're going to shuffle these up. Now, it's really hard to shuffle 3, so I'm just going to ignore all of this. I can't remember the order of these. I'm not trying to pay attention. So we'll just call that good, and we have those there. Now we're going to grab these 2, set aside all the others. By the way, these are the ones not in play. As I mentioned, that's the red one, that's the green one, and that's the white city tile. Big old cities in the middle. Then all the others, okay? So those are not in the game. So there we go. All right, so now we will shuffle these up. Yeah, technically you're supposed to use 1 through 8 on, which I believe I did. If I set this up correctly on the ones I grabbed, quote unquote, at random, it's 1 through 8. All right, so we have shuffled those. Those go on top of the core deck like so. We're going to put that like so. Okay. So now, let's go back to this. It says, so it's slightly competitive. It's solo. All right. 3 rounds, 2 days and 1 night. Actually, for the solo, it's 2 and 2. So it's going to be 2 days and 2 nights. Use a dummy player. Done. Okay. All right. You don't have to use the dummy player if you're learning the game, but I think it's basic enough to where I think we can handle it. Okay. And then the purpose, it's basically just to teach you the mechanisms of the game. Okay, cool. So the map, any special rules? I'll get into these here in a little bit. This is where it talks about there should be at least 1 unit that has a village symbol in it to begin with. Elite units are not used in the game, and you should not reveal spells and advanced action cards until they're needed for the first time, because TMI. Okay. No player versus player combat. Well, there's never going to be solo game. And help me remember that whenever I reveal a new tile, I'm going to score 1 point, 1 fame. Okay. There was one other thing I said. Oh, right, the wedge. So the map shape is a wedge. So it's going to kind of branch out like this. Now, you'll notice that there is water around the outside of this tile here. It's going to extend in a straight line out this way, and it's going to extend in a straight line that way. That means you can't go outside of that. So the wedge is going to, in theory, build out in kind of a conical shape, cornucopia type shape for our game. Okay? So there we go. All right. Keep that here. I think that's about it as far as setup goes. Except Norawas, our hero, starts on the portal. 2 of these start face up as well. Okay? So now, let me go ahead and show you guys this a little bit zoomed in. All right. So you'll notice that we have the A shape right down here, right? We're going to turn over a map tile, and we're going to make sure that the A and the number are facing in the exact same way, and then the star symbol and the circle symbol will match up. So you'll see that this is all in the, so we'll make a pie shape here, like so. And then we will do another one and follow. Oh, I totally did not do the right number. There we go. I'll replace that. That was 11. Oop. I got that in the wrong spot, didn't I? Ooh. Hold on. No, this is right. It is not. Yeah, there we go. We'll just kind of rotate that a little bit. All right, so everything is facing the same direction. So you have the A, you have the 3, you have the 7. It's 1 through 8. That's fine. There we go. Okay? All right. So we are ready. Now, when we turn up these, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's back up. So now we need to actually go through a couple more starting things before we start. Okay. First things first. The bot has its mana already set up here. We need to roll the mana dice. Now there are, as I mentioned, 4 different types of mana: basic mana and then 2 advanced types. We need to have at least 50%, or in our case, since there's only 3 dice, 2/3 of these have to be basic mana. So let's go ahead and just roll those. All right, we're good. We have a white, we have a blue, we have a black. Okay. So those will come over here onto the day board. All right. So now let's go ahead and give an overview of how it is you play the game. It's all crooked. It's throwing me off. There we go. Give me a second. There we go. All right. Okay, so the game takes place over rounds. Now, rounds are a day cycle, and then another round is a night cycle. Day follows, or day, the game begins at day usually, ends in night, or day, night, it alternates. Whew, words, hold on. Let's try this again, shall we? Whew, good thing I don't do this for a living. All right, let's try this again. Game takes place over a set number of rounds. Because this is a solo campaign of first Reconnaissance, it's actually going to be 4 rounds, which means day, night, day, night. There you go. So day is 1 round, night is 1 round, day is 1 round, night is 1 round. Easy enough. Within each of those rounds, however, there are going to be an indeterminate number of turns. So we are going to, at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of every round, we're going to draw a tactics card. We're going to choose, I should say, a tactics card, and then the game will randomly choose one as well, and that will determine the turn order. The bot to run is super, super simple. I'm not even going to bother covering that until we actually go through it. On your turn, you're going to be able to move, if you wish, and then you may take an action. You cannot take an action and then move. Once you have completed your movement, you're done moving for that turn. Then you may do an action. You can't do that in the opposite order. I want to stress that. All right. So now let's kind of give a bigger overview of what it is that we're trying to do. Now, in first Reconnaissance, what we are trying to do is discover a city. Okay, that's it. We're not trying to take over a city, which is going to be the goal in a lot of these scenarios, but it's just to discover a city. That's it, the end. Okay, when we turn over the tile that has the city on it, then the game will end. We'll play one more round and the game will end. The goal is to get the most fame as possible. The end game scoring is as such. Going to get some amount of, sort of, not exactly. In a multiplayer, yes, all right? Let me go ahead and yeah. So achievements, we're going to actually score at the end of the game and hopefully do well. There isn't necessarily a goal in a sense. It's a, can you beat your own score for this specific scenario? This is all just here to get us to learn the game, okay? All right. So I figure victory points or fame is the goal of the game. We're going to be traveling around out here on the map, discovering locations, interacting with villagers, and hopefully acquiring fame by killing monsters and taking over various locations out here on the board, as well as killing baddies that we come in contact with. And then we will be increasing the value of our deck, basically, by adding troops to it. Well, not so much that, but the advanced actions and the spells, as well as artifacts to our deck. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. All right. In a multiplayer game, I don't know. It's whoever scores the most fame in that regards, but, well, solo, right? All right. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kind of get started. I think that's the best way to go about doing this. And then as we do things, I will explain it more in depth. And I will use the little cheater cards, reminders, to be able to go over everything. Okay? All right. Good. All right. So let me make sure that I have everything set up for our scenario. I think so. Just choose tactics and go. Yeah, and make sure we're on the day. All right, we're good. Okay. So first thing we're going to do, because we are on day, and we're on day because the game starts on day, all right? Basically what this is going to do is this is going to tell us the amount of movement points that we're going to have to expend to be able to move onto certain terrain tiles. This will change for forest and desert during the night. It also it tells us what mana we can use via the mana dice out here. And black ones we cannot use during the day, and gold ones we cannot use during the night. So this black one, unfortunately, is dead to us for this round. Okay? Okay. All right, cool. So that said, let's go ahead and figure out our turn order. So when we do our turn order, we're going to, let's see how, yeah, that's all right. We'll do these one at a time, fine. The lower the number, the higher up in turn order you're going to be. So it's between us and the bot. So 1 is, but it has a weak special ability, as you can read here. That's sarcasm. There is no special ability because you go first. All right. So the number 2 says rethink. When you take this tactic, discard up to 3 cards, including wounds, from your hand, then draw that many cards. Shuffle. It's basically if you drew like crap, you can redraw. I don't think so. Mana Steal. When you take this tactic, take 1 mana die of a basic color from the source and put it on this card. You can use that mana on any one of your turns this day. If you do, re-roll it at the end of the turn and return it to the source. That's cool, but Planning says, at the end of each turn, if you have at least 2 cards in your hand before you draw as if your hand limit is 1 higher. Okay, more cards, more actions, more things we can do. That's cool, all right? Great start. When you take this tactic, immediately draw 2 cards. I mean, let's face it, is there anybody out there that doesn't start with that usually? I mean, especially in the solo game, that just seems like a no-brainer. And finally, the 6th one is the right moment. One time this day, during your turn, you can announce that you'll take another turn immediately after this. If you do, flip this card face down. So those are our choices for tactics. So we get to choose one of these. However, before we do so, we're allowed to draw our hand and then look at what we get in our hand to help us decide what tactic we're going to do. So we have shuffled up our deck. How many cards, you might be asking yourself? Well, self, you get 5. That's our hand limit as shown right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Cool. So now, go ahead and zoom that out a hair so we can fit more cards on there. That should work. This is what happens when you mess with cameras. You're not supposed to, Edward, during the stream. Okay. So I am not going to go over these in detail. I'm just going to show our hand to be able to begin with. The gist of what it is that I am going to lay out, though, is the basic layout of our action cards, okay? Action cards usually have a pretty picture at the top. And then the important part is the bottom part. The bottom part, it says whatever the thing is. And you know what? We're going to fix that. That somehow got bright on me, and I do not like that. So a moment. Hey, I like that a whole lot better. There we go. All right, so what we have here, we have the name of whatever the card is, and then it's an or. So you can either do the weaker or the basic, if you will, action or whatever it is on the top, or you can do the advanced, the super duper handy dandy little one. However, this one's going to cost you mana, or you can play a card sideways as a 1 something. And that something is going to be for a basic thing. More on that in a little bit. In addition to that, it's going to have a symbol up here in the top left-hand corner. And this is going to be what the card relates to. So as you can see, move 2, move 4. It's going to have to do with, you guessed it, movement. Okay? This is going to have to do with combat. So cross swords, right? Attack, block, that type thing. And then the kind of cross symbol here are going to be kind of a all-covering type, whenever type symbol up here. All right? So this, or play it sideways. So there we go. So we have some mana stuff up here. We have a little bit of an attack or block. We have some movement. We don't have a lot of movement here. So now, going back to our tactics, drawing 2 extra cards sure seems like a good idea. So I think that's what we're going to choose. So when you take this tactic, immediately draw 2 cards. Okay. So I'm just going to set this here as a reminder that we took that card, that tactic. Now, that tactic is going to be out of play for the entire game after this. Okay? So keep that in mind. So we're going to draw 2 more cards. And those 2 cards, we got a little bit more movement, and we got some more. We got another. Well, it's a heal, honestly. Okay, so that is our starting hand. That's where we're at. Okay, so I'm going to leave those there for now. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take these. We're going to shuffle these up, and then Goldix is going to draw a card. So Peanut Gallery, choose a number 1 through 5. I'm just going to keep shuffling until you do. It is blue and white. That kind of worked out in that regard. The blue is nice. Laura. So as soon as, yep, blue, white. As soon as I get 2 of the same number, then I will stop shuffling and we will choose a number. Waiting on the peanut gallery. Come on, there's 110 of y'all out there. Somebody can spit out a number. Looks like 3 it is. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Goldix chooses 3, so that what does that mean? That means they're gonna go first. So we're going to change the order of those. There we go. Okay, good. So this is now going to go back into the deck. There, all right. Okay, so these, now I'm going to actually just kind of set this aside a little bit because we're done with the day tactics, because next is going to be the night tactics. So we'll just go ahead and leave that there. All right, so now also, thank you Staples, went ahead and printed this off and had it laminated, which basically has a handy dandy little turn sequence here. And while I was there, to show you guys, I went ahead and printed off this one, which is a whole lot more detailed. Double-sided, there, all of those. All of these can be on BGG, can be found on BGG, okay? All right, but honestly, the game, kind of a misnomer that it's as difficult as it seems to be. The hardest part, I think, and the biggest, scariest thing is this, is just setting it up. And that's why I wanted to really take the time to go through all of that with you guys. For anybody out there just opening up their Ultimate Edition box. Okay, so now that we have drawn our tactics cards, and I don't know, I'll be honest, that's a really good question. I don't think Goldix's tactics card goes away. I believe it's only ours. I believe so. So, all right. So now that we have gotten that, now we need to actually address the map before we actually take any actions, okay? So, let's take a look at the map over here. That is driving me nuts. Give me a second. There we go. That's better. All right. So we take a look at the map here. And on the starter tile doesn't have anything on it. It's just us chilling, right? Just Norwis right there on the portal. However, there are different things that have shown up here on the map, okay? And now what's going to need to happen, actually I'm going to have to move all of my cards out of the way so I can show you guys this stuff. So what do we have out there? We will cover that there. So what do we have? We have Marauding Orcs, which are there and, well, just there. Okay. We have the Magical Glade, as well as a Crystal Mine out there. Okay. There. We have a village out there. We have a monastery out there. What else? We have a keep. I'm looking. Give me a second. We have a dungeon. What else? And we have, I feel like I'm forgetting one other thing. Hold on. Oh, no, I got it. That's it. Okay. So now that we have got that, let me show you guys these. Yeah, close enough. Oh, God, no, now that's super bright again. Ah, it's frustrating. Sorry, guys. There we go. I don't know what to say. Okay. So each of the various things that are out here on the map have a information card associated with them. So we have Marauding Orcs here. We have a Mystical Glade here. We have a dungeon here. We have a monastery there. We have a crystal mine here, a keep here, and a village there. So that's a ton of information. But all of that is going to be covered by all of these guys. And now it's too dark, but I digress. So let's go ahead and start with the marauding orcs. So when revealed, so as soon as you turn the map tile up, place a green orc enemy token face up on this space. And we'll go ahead and finish reading it here. No one can enter a space that is occupied by an orc enemy token. Orcs can be provoked into combat by a player who moves from one space adjacent to them to another space adjacent to them. You can challenge orcs from an adjacent space as your action. And if you defeat the orcs, discard their token and gain a +1 reputation. Well, let's talk reputation for a moment. Reputation, word gets out about, are you a good person or a bad person? Like, yeah. So the better you do things, like killing marauding orcs, that's good. People like that. They don't like marauding orcs. Burn down a monastery. People kind of get pissed off when you do that. So your reputation takes a hit. And basically why that matters is because you're going to be able to interact with villagers and monasteries, provided you don't burn it down, and be able to do things. And your reputation is going to impact how difficult or how easy it's going to be to recruit new people into your cause, or to be able to do various different things in the game. All right, so killing marauding orcs, that's a good thing. All right, so let's go ahead and grab one of those marauding orc tokens, and because you guys didn't see me shuffle, I'll just grab one at random from there. And there we go. We have a marauding orc token. Now, briefly, I will go over the 3 pieces of information that that you need to know. So it's got cool little orcish artwork in the background, but this is its armor rating. So you have to inflict at least 3 damage to kill it. This is both the type of offense that they're going to have, how they hit you and how hard they hit you. So this is going to be 4 physical, because you see the little fist behind it. So it's going to be 4 physical damage that they're going to try and inflict on us. And then when we kill them, not if, but when we kill them, we're going to get to fame. I want to live forever. Okay, so we're going to get to fame. Fame is the goal of the game, after all, right? Okay, all right. So that is marauding orcs. Okay, so you know what? Let's go ahead and go clockwise from that. So let's go ahead and take a look next at the magical glade. And I will show you guys the magical glade is that. Plus, I'm going to stall for a moment and try and fix the camera one last time. And if that's not good enough, I quit. There we go. So, magical glade. That's a little bit better. All right. Healing essence. If you end your turn on a magical glade, you can throw away 1 wound card. Wound are basically deck clutterers. Not good for us. We don't want those. So good. So if we end our turn there, we're going to do that. Good. If we start our turn, we're going to gain a gold mana token. Excellent. If you start your turn on a magical glade during the night, you gain a black mana token. Okay. And all of that basically is shown right here. Discard a wound or gain that. Cool. Good deal. Okay. Yeah, I've had it in my head for like a week, Laura, so I'm just trying to spread the love. All right, next, we have a dungeon right here. I mean, it looks like a dungeon. Makes sense. While unconquered, you can enter a dungeon as your action for the turn. If you do, reveal a brown enemy token and fight it. Okay, cool. Night rules apply for this combat, and units cannot be used. Okay, so any units you've acquired, you can't use them for that. All right. We'll go into that when we actually get into combat. And then once you've conquered it, you can enter a conquered dungeon to fight a random brown enemy token with the same limitations. If you defeat it, you get no reward, and you do not mark that space with a shield token. Well, that sucks. So, yeah. All right. So basically, it allows us to have an encounter. here, go for an adventure. We have regular like plains spaces out here. We have a marsh or bog, which is going to be harder to walk through. And you know this because I'm looking at the day board over here. Or if you prefer, it is the exact same thing as this card. All right. All right. So next, we'll go ahead and go over the monastery. The monastery. So when you go to the monastery, you can do different things. These are good things. You can recruit there, get new people that have the monastery token symbol on it. You can heal. You can train. You can burn the monastery to get good things, but then the monastery goes away permanently. So keep that in mind. It is an option. So that's everything on this board. Okay. Next, we'll go ahead and start up here with the keep. Okay. The keep says when revealed, in other words, when you turn that map tile up, place a gray enemy token face down on this space, and this token is revealed during day if a player is adjacent to it. Okay, so a gray enemy token. Okay, so let's go. We will grab a gray enemy token. Say that one. And we will not flip it over because even though it's day, we are not adjacent to it. Ergo, we don't get to see what it is. And then, Unconquered Keep can be assaulted and you get a reputation -1. People don't like when you try and fight their keeps in their area. That's bad. Not real bad, but like a little bad. It's okay. Defending enemies are fortified. We'll get into all that during combat. Other players' keeps, doesn't matter. Your keep does. You can recruit units here with the keep icon, and if you end your turn on or adjacent to a keep that you own, your hand limit is 1 higher for each keep that you own. That's going to be really good for us. So, keep that in mind. I know that was terrible. I know. So, we have 2 left. We have a crystal mine, and we have a village. So, the crystal mine. If you end your turn on a mine, gain 1 mana crystal of the color of the mine that it produces to your inventory. I'll cover that more here in a little bit. And then finally, villages. All good stuff. Recruit, anybody that has the village symbol, right? So monastery, that symbol. Keep, that symbol. Healing, that's good. And plundering, you can plunder a village. Okay? So that's good. People don't like when you plunder them. But it's not permanent like burning down a monastery. You can actually plunder repeatedly. So there's that. All right. Now we are finally set up and ready to rock and roll. Welcome all the new folk. All right. Okay. So now we get to actually begin. So they had a lower number than us, so they actually become first player. Okay, so let me, you know what? I don't think I actually had that saved, so give me a second. See if we can guess on this. That'll work. There we go. All right. So, it's Goldix's turn. So, total brain cramp. Hold on. Step 1. We draw. Give me a second. Three cards. There you go. Right. Okay. Cool. All right. So we're going to draw from their deed deck. So here we go. This is the timer. So that's going to be 1, that's going to be 2, and that's going to be 3. Now, the last card that you flip over has a color associated with it. So this is a blue color, We then look, does Goldix have any blue mana over here? The answer is yes. How many blue mana does Goldix have? Goldix has 1 blue mana. So that means we're going to flip over 1 additional card. If Goldix had 5 blue mana, we would flip over 5 additional cards. That would be bad. But as it is, only 1. If the last card had been green, then we would be flipping over 2 additional cards. Now, why this matters is because when they run out of cards, that's going to determine the end of a round. We get 4 rounds in the game, okay? So, 1 extra mana, so 1 extra card. Now, we do not keep flipping over cards. However, it is a one-time deal. Done and done. That was Goldix's turn. One thing. The color of the additional card, I was just double checking, does not count for continuing to turn over more cards. Okay? All right. Oh. Thank you. Hold on. There is one other thing. The monastery says training. When a monastery is revealed, it was revealed when we turned it over, right? Put the top card of the advanced action card deck face up in the unit offer. Advanced actions in the unit offer can be bought at any monastery for 6 influence. Forgot about that. So we're going to add 1 advanced action over to the units. So advanced actions here, down here to the units. So we'll just put it right there. And there we go. So agility is acquirable from the monastery as well. All right. What's up, Felix? All right. So that was the bot's turn. Now it's our turn. All right. If we want, if our deed deck was empty, we could announce the end of the round. Probably not going to happen. We are allowed on each turn, I should say, we are allowed to take 1 available die. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm not going to bother covering skills or healing yet. So yeah, we're going to take a regular turn. So we may move, and then we may take an action. So now, let's figure out where the hell we want to go. Let's get a moving. All right. So, now that we have gone over what the available locations are, I'm actually going to just set these aside into a separate little mini deck because I know that those are the ones that are available now, and then I'm going to break out our cards again for you guys to be able to see. And remember, we actually started with 7 cards as opposed to 5 because of our tactics. There we go. All right. So let's take a look again at our hand of cards here, okay? So for movement, we have a move 2, or we can use a mana, a blue mana specifically. Do we have a blue mana available? We do, so that's good, all right? To be able to use the blue mana to be able to move 4. Now, that does not mean move 4 spaces. That means 4 movement points for the movement as shown here, with it being day. We also have a move of 2, and that's all the straight up move I think that we have here out there. Now, you can always spend any 1 card or play a card sideways, as I mentioned earlier. When you play it sideways, you may do so give me a sec. Yeah, right, yeah. To move, influence, attack, or block. Well, we're not attacking, we're not blocking. That's all combat stuff. And influence is going to be how we're going to be able to purchase cards. So right now we're just talking about moves. So we can, theoretically, be able to get 4 movement points by using a blue mana. So that would be potentially 4. We could play this 5, 6, and then we could play more cards sideways for 1 additional movement. But as it is, 6 movement through planes is going to be 2 each, right? So we could go to 4 and then make it into the village. We can recruit there potentially, and then the monastery is actually 6 movement, or check that, it's going to be 5 movement. It's 5 movement because it's 3 through the forest to grandmother's house, 3, and then 2 more onto the plains for the monastery. Okay? So now let's go ahead and take a look at the units that we have available to us to be able to recruit. Those are all these right here. These 3 are units, and then this one, remember, was added because of the monastery, and we're going to be able to purchase this for influence points as well. All right. Now, problem here is for the village, this one here is recruitable at a village. Requires 4 influence. Okay? Now, if we had a positive reputation, it would cost us that much less influence, whether it's 1 to 5, depending on how good of a person we are. Or if we have done wrong by the people, it will cost us that much more influence, as it were. So if we take a look here, what do we have by way of influence? Well, let's see. No. No. We have no green mana, so I'm not even going to bother looking at the bottom part of that. We have no green mana, same here. This is just a heal. Although, I guess technically we could, because we do have blue mana, gain a crystal of any color and add it to our inventory. That would not be terrible. So adding to your inventory, what that means is there are 3 different statuses of mana, okay? There is mana from a die, from the mana pool here, the mana source, that we can use 1 of these per turn. Then, whenever there is mana here on our card, all right, this is in our inventory, and the good news about whenever it's here is it stays like luggage until we use it. And then there is mana that we acquire that has to be used that turn, or it's forfeit, and it just goes away. So mana that is off our card is temporary and better be used, or it just goes away. Permanent until it's used, and then dice we can use whenever, okay? All right, so getting back to this. So we have some attacks. We have a ranged attack. We do have a white mana die. That's good. We have some attacks here. So I think we move towards the orcs, maybe. Maybe. That might not be a terrible idea. Let's see. So let me go through this. So you can use 1 additional mana die from the source this turn, meaning I could actually use 2 dice this turn. That's cool. So I can use the white and the blue. And the white, the souped up version of it says take a mana die from the source and set it to any color except gold. Gain 2 mana tokens of that color. Do not re-roll this die when you return it to the source. Okay. So it says gain mana tokens. Mana tokens are the temporary. In other words, I better use them this turn. So that's okay. And then gain a white, blue, or red. Well, I have nothing red, so I'm not going to be that. But blue or white, potentially. That's not bad. And then the souped up versions of these, because remember, we can set that to any color, says when you play this, play another action card with it, get the stronger effect of that card for free. If that effect gives you move, influence, block, or any type of attack, gain that +2. Well, that's actually really nice. Okay. And rejuvenate, heal, we're not going to worry about that. Draw a card, gain a green mana token, or ready a level 1. Same, yeah, not really great for us right now. This would be better later. So let's see. Another action card, get destroyed. I really have nothing as far as any kind of influence. So, the problem is that swamp costs 5 movement, right? So it would be 2, 4, 9. That would be 9 movement. That's 6, 7, 8. I guess I could. Nope, can't use that. Huh. I'm reading the chat as you guys throw out suggestions here. It's actually not a bad idea. So getting back to this, 2, 4, 6, 9. So it's still 9 movement to be able to get over to there as well. So it's 2, 4, 9, or it's 2, 4, 6, 9. So if we can and finish there at the glade, that might not be a terrible idea. Because if we start our turn there, we gain a, it'll be during night, it would, we'd gain a black mana token. So that's not terrible. Yeah, that would be night, not day. So let's see. I really want to keep my swiftness to be able to do the ranged attack against the orcs. So this card needs to be saved, and I really would like to be able to keep a white for that. But the only movement I have are these 2. Yeah. Okay, and Laura says, don't be afraid to move a bit. Do no action, then end your turn and draw more cards, because the dummy doesn't move too fast at the beginning. And that's a fair point. I guess I could move 4. But honestly, I think I would rather power through some of these cards. So, because we could take the crystallize. We could spend the blue to gain a crystal of any color to our inventory, including a gold. That's not a bad idea, honestly. Oh, but I would need to use the blue for the move 4 here. So, okay, let's go ahead and do that to start. So I will use the blue here, spend it on that, So we're going to actually take that card. We'll play it there. That's going to be a move of 4. And it's going to be 2, 4. That's our movement. Done. Okay? Oh, you're right. It only changes at the end of the round. You're completely right. Oh, damn. I like Jonathan's actually better. Good call. So let's try that again, shall we? That is actually a great idea. Okay, so let's back that up a little. We'll use... I like that. Ah! So that'd be move 6. How can I get to the glade? Oh, this is really hard. So I'm looking into mana draw. I could use the white and take a die from the source. So the black is unavailable. So I could change it to blue. Then I would gain another token here, which would give me a total of move... well, that could be a move 6 there with concentration. Oh, man. 8 doesn't do us any good. We would need 9. We would have to then spend a card for just a 1. Ah. Yeah, all right. So I need to pull the trigger. I am not going to use the swiftness for movement because I want to keep the ranged attack 3, and I don't know my deck. So I like that idea. So I'm going to take a white and use it on the mana draw, which says take a mana die from the source and set it to any color except gold. So I'm going to take the black and then I will set it to green. Gain 2 mana tokens of that color and do not re-roll this die. So I'm just going to kind of put it there when you return it to the source. So I'm going to get 2 green in that case, I believe. Let's see. Ooh. But if I do, I basically don't think that that would be a movement of 6, 2, 4, 6. That would get me to the dungeon. I think so. So that'll be 2 green tokens. We'll go ahead and just put them right there. So that die, that is now spent. Then we'll power up concentration. Says when you play this, play another action card with it. Get the stronger effect of that card for free. And if it gives you move, influence, block, or any type of attack, gain that amount plus 2. So I will play that with it, which is going to be a movement of 6. So those cards are now spent, and that mana is spent. 2, 4, 6. Okay. We could play that and draw 2 cards, which might be more movement, right? Yeah, I like that. So let's go ahead and do that. So I will spend that mana as well. And I will spend that card, and we're going to draw 2 new cards. Hey, hot damn. Wow. Get a move in, shall we? Okay. So let's keep them moving, shall we? So we need 3 movement. So that'll be, there's already a blue, so I'm going to hold off on holding that one. So I'm going to spend this for 2 movement, but I need 1 more. I need 1 more. So I can spend any of these cards and play it sideways. I'm going to want more movement, so I think, you know, I'm going to actually spend Determination, and I'm going to play Determination sideways for a 1 of something. That was something is going to be movement. So that's going to be another movement, which is going to be 3, which puts us into the Magical Glade. I think that's the right choice. So I think we're going to call our movement done there. So all of these cards are now going to go into our discard pile. And I'm just going to take my word for it. Those are in my discard pile. The green will not get rolled. I'm just going to, there. That one will get rolled. But now we can take an action. So now we can go ahead and fight the orcs. Fight the orcs, shall we? All right. Cool. So, flipping this over for combat with enemies. All right. So, combat is whenever you're adjacent, or if I had moved from one location to an adjacent location that is adjacent to an enemy, then they would let me find them. There you go. The marauding orcs. There we go. Put it right there for you guys. There we go. Okay. All right, so I can't enter where they're at, but I can challenge the orcs from an adjacent space as my action. And I choose to. All right. Oh, wait. I do not. Hold on. I forgot. I already used mana this turn. I cannot. Nope, no action. My bad. Wrong thing. So no action. So I'm going to forego an action this turn. I forgot. My bad. Okay, so it's the end of my turn. So return and reroll mana. Okay, so the rules of that card said I do not reroll that one, so I'm going to reroll this one. That's a canted die, so it's going to take my word for it, it is canted. There we go. That sucks. So black goes away. That's unfortunate. Magic Glade and mine benefits. Well, we are in the Magic Glade, so let me show you guys that one. The Magic Glade says, if you start your turn on a Magical Glade, or here, if you end your turn on a Magical Glade, you can throw away, I have no wounds, so no big deal. But we're going to begin our turn with it, so I do not forget. If you start your turn during the day on a Magical Glade, you gain a gold mana token. Excellent. So that's going to come into play here momentarily. All right. I have no rewards, no level up because I didn't gain any fame to get down to a new level. Draw new cards. Discard any number of cards that aren't wounds and then draw up to my hand size. Well, I have a hand size of 5. Hold on. I have a hand size of 5. So I can discard any of these if I wish, but they are not wounds. Unfortunately, I did not roll a white, but I have my gold that I'm going to be able to get, so I'm going to be able to kill him here in a little bit. I think I'm going to actually go ahead and... Ooh, no, I'm not going to discard any. All right? All right. So let's go ahead and draw up to our hand size. So that's going to be 2 cards. Hey, we have some influence. That's good. And we got some powerful influence. I like the threaten. You can influence 5, but you gain you take a hit on your reputation. I think that's funny. All right. So yeah, that's our draw. Okay. So here we go. Oh, good call. Oh, good call. I forgot about the Explorer. So, you know what? So exploring happens during movement, and let me go ahead and I want to make sure that I get that. Hold on, wait. I am getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Draw new cards, right? So now it's Goldix's turn. So Goldix takes his turn. He's going to draw 3 cards. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. All right, so going to draw 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. That's red. Has no red mana. Goldix is cool. He's just going to chill. All right, good deal. All right. Now it's our turn. I'm not going to skip my turn, but we can explore. And I want to go ahead and I had one question regarding exploring. So a moment. All right, so I'm reading through for movement here, okay? Why, I haven't taken my turn yet, Laura. We'll get there. So during movement, you can reveal new map tiles. You can only reveal new map tiles if you occupy a space adjacent to a position where a new tile can be added. Well, good news. I am at a space where a new tile can be added. I am adjacent to that. Good. Because remember, water goes in a straight line coming off this way, but we are good to go on that. Tiles must be placed in a fixed position defined by the symbols on their corners. No tile can be added behind the coastline, right? To reveal a tile, a player has to spend 2 movement. New tile comes from the top of the map tile deck. If a player occupies a space bordering 2 available positions for a new tile, they have to announce where they're going to place it. And they're always in a specific direction, obviously. Countryside tiles can only be placed such that it will be adjacent to at least 2 other tiles or adjacent to a tile that borders at least 2 adjacent. So we can. All right. All right. So we will. So here we go. I will use my move 2 because it costs 2 movement to be able to do so. So as part of my movement, I will go ahead and discard that card. And I will explore. Or as Jeff likes to say, explode. Here we go. And clearly is going to go in the only, where is it? There you go. That's number 6. So that will go right there. Like so. And it is adjacent, this tile is adjacent to 2 others, so that is allowed. We are good to go here. Because I could not have put it here. And the reason I could not put it here, actually, I guess I could have, couldn't I have? I guess I could have. Would that have made more sense? No. So we'll go ahead and put it yonder. Now, we just discovered a new map tile. There we go. All right, so we have marauding orcs. It's day, so we need to put out a new orc token. So I will grab an orc token. We will put it there. And, ooh, all right. I guess that is so I put it in the right spot. All right, so defensive 5, a physical damage of 3, and poison. Little Belle Biv DeVoe fan, obviously. And then we're 3 fame. So the poison, let's go ahead and talk about that for a moment. If a unit gets wounded, so if I have a unit that gets wounded because of an attack from an enemy with poison, it's given 2 wound cards instead of 1. That sucks. Twice as bad as normal. And for each wound a hero, i.e. me, I take into their hand from a poisonous attack, they also put 1 wound into their discard pile. So it sucks twice as bad. So that's bad. Okay. So what that means, and also we have a crystal mine, and then over here, did we already have one of those? We did not. A moment. That is a monster den. While unconquered, you can enter a monster den as your action for the turn. If you do, draw a brown enemy token to fight. If you fall to defeat, leave the enemy token face up on the space. Next time player chooses to enter, they fight that token. And then the reward, you mark it as conquered with the shield token, and you get 2 random mana crystals as your reward. Roll a mana die 2 times, determine what you get. If gold is rolled, you choose the color you gain. If black is rolled, you gain fame, 1 fame point instead of a crystal. By the way, we just gained a fame point because we discovered a new tile. Thank you, William, for the reminder. And hey, we are officially on the board. All right. Cool. So, done. All right. And obviously, mountains, you cannot cross. So that spot's dead to me. That spot's dead to me, etc. Okay? All right. So that was our exploring. So now, do we want any more movement? The answer is no. No, we do not. So now, for an action, we have this gold token, gold mana token. Use it or lose it. And gold is wild, right? So don't mind if we do. So for our action, we're going to hold on, I lost my spot. Sorry. We're going to challenge an enemy. So we're going to challenge, i.e. fight that dude. Hold on, let's keep it thematic. Which one is he specifically? He's a prowler. Okay, per right there in the top left corner. He's a prowler, right? Looks like a prowler. Smells like a prowler. Probably a prowler. All right. So, combat. All right, I already covered. This is what we got to hit him for. That's what he's going to hit us for. And that's how many points we get for killing him. Combat is in 4 stages, and it's a very set number of steps, or not stages, but steps. The first one is range or siege, ranged and siege, okay? If a unit is fortified, which none of these are, so I'm not going to talk about it really, but if they are ranged, you can't shoot arrows at a wall. Think of it that way, okay? So, but as it is, he is not fortified. He's just regular prowler, just chilling. So, choose your target. I choose this one. Well, let me back up. There are 4 steps to combat. Step 1 is you can do either ranged or sieged combat, okay? Then step 2, if you didn't kill everybody in that step, or you elected not to take part in that step, then you block, if you wish. The enemy gets to attack you. If you choose not to block or cannot, then you distribute the damage between units as well as your hero. And then finally, you get to hit back normal. However, we have gold mana. We're going to go ahead and use that gold mana, which we're going to use it as a white mana, to do a ranged attack 3. Okay. So, we're going to hit him for 3. He has a defensive 3. Nothing special about him. Boom, he's dead. It's that simple. All right, so he goes into the discard. We have killed him, and it's we get 2 points. So, you know what? It's going there. 2 points. 1. Oh, hot damn. We just made it to the next fame level. What does that mean? Wow. So our action's done, right? Because we killed him. He's dead. Movement explored, as it were. That was we chose to not move. And he's dead. So now it's the end of the turn. So first things first, return and reroll any mana. We do not. And I am fairly certain we do not reroll the black mana here until that turns into a black, until it turns into night. Let me double check, make sure. Yeah, I am correct. Okay, so we didn't use any mana. We just spent that. That will go there, done, okay? Oh, well, hold on. It's a fair point, so hold on. When you play this, also pay 1 mana of a basic color, gain a crystal of that color to my inventory. Probably ought to use that first. That's a fair point, Pay 1 mana or gain a crystal of any color. I mean, we probably ought to grab red. So, you're right, guys. Thank you. So I will take the blue. Oops, wrong one. So I'll play the blue with crystallize. So we're going to take the super duper. Gain a crystal of any color to your inventory. So that's a permanent one. And that will be, I mean, we got red cards. Let's go red. So the red will then go right yonder. There we go. Cool, that works. So this then goes into the discard, and now we'll re-roll. So that was our turn. And one other thing I do want to point out to everybody, thanks Peanut Gallery, is this is basically an anytime action right here. So, yeah, that's okay. Cool. All right, so now we will roll. Oh, yay. That'll do, pig. That'll be a gold. Yay. All right. And of any color to your inventory. Well, hell, if it says any color, why limit it to red? I guess I inferred. It didn't say basic. Good call. We'll choose gold. Gain a crystal of any color to your inventory. Gold will do. That'll work. Yeah, good call. So we got 2 fame for killing the orc, not 1 there. You cannot get a gold crystal, just a token. Really? A moment. Okay, my bad. Can't take gold. Sorry. As I said, we'll go red. All right, we're good. All right. All right, cool. We're good. Yeah. +1 rep. That's what I was confusing. I read the rep as fame. Yes, because the marauding orc. So, yeah, hold on. Do it this way. The marauding orc, right here, if you defeat the orc, discard the token and gain +1 reputation. It says so right there, don't forget. All right, cool, done. So marauding orc, dead. And now, if we take a look, we are at 0 rep, but we're on our way to positive reputation. So at least there's that, right? There we go. All right, so the end of the round, check that, end of the turn. We've already re-rolled our mana die. Magic Glade and mine. Oh, we are actually on a Magic Glade still. Hot damn. Well, that works out. We're going to grab a gold token for the beginning of next turn, so I don't forget. Woohoo! All right, cool. So now, let's see. Now we get to actually do what it says. And this, I want to, give me a second. There we go. Just making sure I get everything else. Okay, so we get 2 things for making it down to the 2nd level there, as you can see. One, we get an advanced action card. But which one we get is going to be dependent on the second part of that, which is the skill tile. So, let's take a look here at our stuff. So we're going to look here now at our skills. Okay, so we're going to shuffle these up again. And we'll choose that one and that one. So we're going to turn 2 of these face up. That and that. So now we need to actually figure out what ones they are. So the top one over here says it's Bright Negotiation. Once a turn, influence 3 during the day or influence 2 at night. Well, that's probably good. That's not a influence helps us recruit. That seems pretty good. Okay. The other option is motivation. Once per round, whereas this was once per turn. Once per round, on any player's turn, flip this to draw 2 cards. If you have at least, if you have the least fame, also gain a white mana token. You cannot use another motivation skill until the end of your next turn. So, now, I can choose either of those. However, if I choose one of them, the bot allows me to, give me a second, let me look at the other one. Yes, I know, technically those are supposed to be in the particular order. I understand that. Okay, skills in a solo game. Every time the heroes gained a skill token, also reveal one skill of the dummy player and put it in the common skill offer. It's available for you to choose next time you gain a skill token. If you choose such a skill from the common skill offer, you have to take the lowest advanced action card. Okay, so we're actually also going to look at that. And that is once per round, except during combat, I can flip that to heal 2. That's not bad. I don't plan on taking a whole lot of damage, though. I'm feeling confident. So with that, let me show you guys the advanced actions. Let's move that down a little. Whoop. There we go. All right. So if I take the one from Goldix, I can only choose this advanced action, which gives me influence 4 or attack 3, but it hurts my rep. Influence 8 or attack 7, but it hurts my rep 2. But that's kind of powerful, not gonna lie. That's if I choose Goldix's skill tile, meaning this one. But if I choose either of mine, I can actually choose any of the 3. So the middle one says Frost Bridge, move 2. The move cost of swamps is reduced to 1 this turn. Wow, man. Can move. It goes to the top of my deck too, so that would be able to make it really easy to move to the monastery. Okay. The special on that says move 4, and you're able to travel through lakes. And the move cost of lakes and swamps is reduced to 1. Wow. Well, that seems really good. The top one is Song of Wind. A move of 2, and the move cost of plains, deserts, and wastelands is reduced by 1 to a minimum. And then reduced by 2 to a minimum of 0. Must pay a blue mana to be able to travel through lakes for a move cost of 0. Wow, Song of the Wind sounds really good too. Well, damn. Have a good one, Elk. It's available the next time, so I can't take Goldix's. You're right. Wow, all of those are really good. I like the swamp one, given where I'm at. So I think we'll take the Frost Bridge. So that goes to the top of my deck. All right. And then I think the extra influence is going to be good. Because it's once per turn. So I think we'll keep that one. So this one, the one that we don't choose, the other one goes to the common skill offer. Okay, cool. All right, so that'll go here. Now, anything in either of these 2 offers get filled immediately. These do not. So this conveyor's down, And we get a new card. New card's going to be Heroic Tale. Heroic Tale says, influence a 3, reputation +1 for each unit you recruit this turn. That's cool. And influence a 6, a fame +1 and a reputation +1 for each unit you recruit this turn. Well, that sounds awesome. Hey, Jens. All right. So, okay. So that was the benefit of advancing Thar. Cool. So we got a new skill. Help me not forget to use it. Actually, I'm going to put that over here by our cards so I don't forget. And, all right. So end of the round. Stuff. So let's see. We leveled up. We did all that stuff. Oh, it's actually right here for end of turn. I'm a moron. I'm not going to discard either of those 2 cards. I think I'm okay with that. So let's go ahead and we're at 5 still. We'll draw 3 new ones. You got to move it, or march, as it were. Noble Manners, influence 2. Oh, +1 if you used it. If you +1 fame if you use this during interaction. And this is +1 fame and reputation if you use this during interaction. Okay. And obviously the Frost Bridge as well. Choose one of your skill tokens, put it in front of them. The other goes to the common skill offer. Starting with next turn, they can use it. Per the game walkthrough. All right, cool. Okay. Peanut Gallery is saying the old one's lost. All right, I will defer to y'all. So that one is out of the game. Okay. No harm, no foul. All right, done. So, we drew cards, we're good. And now it's Goldix's turn. All right, here we go. Drawing 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. And he has 1 blue, so he gets 1 more. Done. So just FYI. All right. Okay. All right. So let's see. What do we want to do? I think we probably head over to the monastery, right? So the monastery, our options. Recruiting at the monastery, we need 7 to be able to get either the Red Cape monks or the Northern monks. For attacking, those seem very good. So we could recruit there. So we have 5. Ooh, this is good. Okay, so what do we want to, I think we head over to the monastery, right? So we will go ahead and use the Frost Bridge. 2 movement. The move cost of a swamp is reduced to 1. So we need a total of 3 movement. So you know what? I think we could use the hold on one second. Because my glasses are on, I want to make sure that we're good on that. Make sure that's in focus, that's all. Okay, so the Frost Bridge is going to be a move of 2, and the March is going to be a move of 2 for a total of 4 movement. So that's going to be 1 through the swamp and 2 into the monastery. And we're done with the movement at that point, I think. Okay, so these will go into our discard. And now we're going to interact with the locals, shall we? I think so. I don't think we need to empower the Frost Bridge, right? Let's see. You're able to travel through lakes. It's a move of 4. I guess that uses the gold out there. Nope. Nope. Yep, exactly. We not only have our gold here, but we also have a gold there. And we have plans over here. So, yeah, we're good. All right, so let's take a look at the monastery. So, we have come and we're hanging out at the monastery. So, here we go. What do we want to do? Well, we're not going to heal. We don't need to. Training is done when it's revealed. So, recruiting. Units with the monastery icon can be recruited here. Okay, so we have an influence of 4, which will give us a +1 fame and a +1 reputation if we use it during this during interaction. So, yeah. No, I hear you, but no. So that's going to be a total of 4. And if we power this up, that would be 9. Because looking at, I mean, I can't get to 14, unfortunately. I do have to, ooh, hold on. Forgot. It's day. I have 3 more. So I have 3, 7, 12. A max of 12, or 4, 6, 9 total. Well, hold on. 4, 9, 12. Oh, that could be 30. Oh. We can only command 1. That's right. We can only command 1. Hold on. The training for... Oh, that's a fair point. That would be 13. If we use this, 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 and this, that would be 13. Well, let's take a look. We could get both of these because this is 6. Agility says a move of 2, and during combat this turn, you can spend move points to get attack 1 for each. Really? And the bottom part of it says move 4, spend any amount of movement points, 1 to get attack 1 and or 2 to get a ranged attack 1. Really? So we could do those 2, or we could do those 2. I mean, yes, we could do peasants as well. But the thing that I pointed out, so we can only command 1. When we get down, and I don't have, I do have it. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. When we get to that, oh, this is nice. This is helpful on the back. When we get down here to this level, we're going to be able to take one of these off, flip that over, and then we can command a second unit. As it is, we can only command uno unito. Okay. So, I think we could go ahead and power through everything that we have, and we could either take the Northern Monks or we could take the Red Cape Monks. Now, the difference between them looks to be fire or ice, basically, cold or fire. And why that would matter is any of the baddies that we have out here, they have a reduced damage to whatever the opposite of that is. But obviously his is just physical. Let's get physical. So it's moot. So it's flip a coin, go off of artwork, honestly. So I think that's what we do, right? So here we go. So in influence 4, we need to be able to use that. So I will use the gold here for this. And that's going to be an influence of 4 and fame and reputation, which I'll get here in a minute. Then I will tap that, play it sideways. That's going to be 4. That's 5. I will use this, flip that over. That's going to be 8. And then I need red for this. Well, wouldn't you know, I have this gold. I'll save my red still because that stays. This does not. I'll use my gold there, and I will lose a reputation. But I'm about to gain a reputation and a fame, and that'll be a total of 13. I am not going to burn down the monastery this turn because we're going to go ahead and because I just don't want to. I had a plan. Nah, it's violet, and there is too good a chance I will not be able to if I use that. So no, I'm not going to. Oh, right, yeah, good point, because I can use it every turn. Doesn't have the little flip icon. Good call, Laura. Yeah, I don't think we burn it down. So maybe next turn. So I'm going to basically play all of my cards. So my gold got used. The die is going to get used. All of the cards, I gain a fame, I gain a reputation, but I lose a reputation. So boop, boop, and I gain a fame. And we're going to, so it seems that we have more blue than anything. Blue is my player color, kind of. So I think we take the Northern Monks and agility. So those two now go to the top of my deck. Done. Okay. Exactly, Bernardo. So you're saying you use your noble manners to threaten the monks to join you and give you an ability. It's a prelude to burning down the monastery. All right. That was badass. That was awesome. This does not refill until the next round, okay? And here, until we actually find another monastery, doesn't happen. That was a hell of a good turn, though. That was awesome. I am a fan. I am a fan. All right. So that was our action because we interacted with the locals. So now, return and re-roll the mana die. Red. Okay. Magic Blade mine. No, we're not there. No rewards for anything. No level up. Draw new cards. I need cards. Fact. Oh, shoot. That was a unit. I'm an idiot. You're right. Sorry. So this actually stays out. My bad. My bad. My bad. So actually, now let's pause for a moment. Thank you. All right. So now I have a unit under my command. They can only be used once per round. And then when they are used, they are expended until that round. So that's, or I'll probably put this here so I can't read it so that I can't use it, okay? And these guys can take wounds. They have a defense of 4. Recruited to monastery, 7 influence, etc. So there we go. Now, these guys can get replaced in theory. They're not going to this game, but they could if I recruit somebody new, but that seems pretty strong. Okay? All right. All right, cool. All right. So, draw 5 new cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now, if my deck is devoid of deed cards, I can say, hey, it's the end of the round. I'm not going to. So, okay. So here we go. Oh, agility. We have now seen our entire deck. Here we go. Discard another card from your hand. Get moved. Oh, wow, that's nice. Discard another card from your hand and get wow, attack of 5 or 5 influence. That's going to come in handy when we burn down the monastery. I'm just saying. Okay. One quick thing I need to check. So, are you guys following along? All this making sense? I mean, I realize a lot of y'all that are watching this have actually way more experience with Mage Knight than I do. That's a monastery burning hand, Jonathan says. You are correct, sir. Hopefully you guys are digging this. I'm loving this. What am I? What was I? Oh, right. A moment. Here we go. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Oh, check that. If it's empty at the start of their turn, which I guess technically it is because you actually draw new cards at the end of your turn. So there's that. Yeah, Bernardo asks, on the last round, did I gain a reputation or fame? I actually gained both. I gained both because of noble manners, fame, and a reputation. However, I lost the reputation that I just gained because I did the souped-up version of Threaten. Okay? Okay, so there you go. All right. What I'm trying to find out, and I know the answer, I'm just trying to find it, is when you draw up to your hand size, but you don't shuffle, correct? Here we go. There you go. Drawing new cards here. Yeah, you do not reshuffle your discard pile unless you have the Night Tactic card Long Night. You just draw what you can. So that's why I'm only drawing 4 cards as opposed to the 5. There you go. I wanted to actually lay eyes on the rule. I knew it was in there. I just couldn't find it. It's actually on page 11, step 7 Delta for Christopher. All right. So, Goldix takes their turn. All right, so Goldix is going to draw 3. 1, 2, 3, and no red, so we're done. Okay. Cool. All right. So now, for our turn, what do we do? Well, let's take a look. So I have ranged attack. We have burn them to the ground, a lot of attack here, more ranged attack there. I have 2 red mana available to me at max. So basically I can only use the tops of these. Although, move a 2. During combat this turn, you may spend move points to get attack 1 for each. Okay. So I don't think I'm going to move. In a perfect world, I would love to be able to move here, explore, and then move back. But I don't think I have the movement to be able to do so. Because I only have red mana available to me, I see a possibility of 4 move total. And I believe I would need 5, 7. Yeah, I would need 7. So I would need 3 for the hills per right there. They have eyes. Okay, so that's going to be 3. 2 to explore is 5, and then 2 more to come back to the monastery because plain, so that'd be a total of 7. Theoretically, I could use this card to move. Oh, let's see. If I were to use this card as a move 5 and then that as a move 7, then I can use 2 movement points there for move 2, but then I only have a total of attack of 6, but it's not ranged. Whereas that is ranged, potentially. I think we just don't move this turn and just burn it to the ground. All right. So let's take a look at burning a monastery, shall we? All right. You can try to burn a monastery as your action for the turn. If you do, you get -3 reputation. Draw a random violet, not violent, but violet enemy token to fight. Your units cannot be used in this combat. Meaning, cannot use that unit in combat. Okay? Wrong one, sorry. If you defeat the enemy, mark this space with a shield token and gain an artifact as your reward. That would be really nice. And the monastery is now destroyed. Whether you defeat the enemy or not, discard it afterwards, and it'll be a new. So there you go. So basically, we're never going to come back to this monastery. So yeah, let's burn it to the ground, shall we? Okay, cool. So we are going to do a violet one. Violet is there. And for dramatic effect, these are the ones. So the violet ones are monks, seems thematically appropriate. Illusionist, ice mage, ice golem, fire mage, fire golem. For those voting at home, I choose illusionist. That would be great. So there are, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 7. There are 9, 10. There are 10. So we have a 20% chance of an illusionist. Okay. All right. Let's try. I love how you guys are coloring the theme for this. Okay. All right. Here we go. What do we got? And that is a fire mage Not ideal. Actually, yeah, not ideal. Man, not ideal. Okay, all right, so there we go. So now we need to talk a little bit more about what these things are. Okay, so with this being a, what did I say, fire mage? So a fire mage, they are, they do fire elemental damage, and they are, they reduce ice damage, but they do not reduce fire damage. Okay? All right. And let me get the exact verbiage on this. I want to make sure I get all that right for... Okay. So my defense is going to be a 2 defense on this, okay? So the wounds that I'm going to take. So, okay, so, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's do this. So range combat. If I choose to do the range combat, which by the way I can't, because I don't have the right mana. Ranged combat here is going to be so fire attacks are inefficient, okay? Yeah, I'm getting this backwards. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's going to be 3 damage. So I have no ranged attacks because this attack is going to be regular, this attack is going to be regular. I in theory could do those with ranged attack, but I don't have any white mana, so I have no ranged attacks. So combat is going to be ranged / siege, none, because I have no ranged or siege combat. So then block. So enemy is going to hit me. He's going to hit me for 6. Okay. Because only ice and cold fire blocks are efficient against that. So in other words, if I had ice defense for blocking, which I do not, but if I did, then that would be efficient. What that means is it's basically halved. So instead of hitting for 6, he's kind of hitting for, well, no. My defense is half as effective. So I would need a 12 defense of regular to be able to block it all. Okay? Okay? Oh, by the way, I cannot do ranged anyways because it's monastery, and so it's a fortified, right? So there you go. I don't think, well, hold on. Wait, monasteries aren't fortified. No. Yeah, it does not show the fortified symbol, so it's not fortified. Okay, here you go. Okay, anyway. So I'm going to take the damage. I'm not going to block it. I'm going to take the damage. So it's going to be 6. So I would need 12 defense. I have 2. So unfortunately, I'm going to take wounds. Hold on. All right. Any enemies that are still alive and unblocked deal damage from their attacks. I cannot use any units for this. I have to assign all the damage to me. I can't use the unit to block it. So here we go. So it's going to be 6 damage. Well, I can take 2. Walk through this. Shouldn't be as complex as I'm making this. I apologize. So that's going to be 1 wound, takes 2 of the damage. 1 wound takes 2 more of the damage. And 1 wound is going to be 2 more of the damage. All right? So, there. So that's going to come into my hand. That's not great. Going to hold on to those. Okay? All right, so now that I've blocked, or not blocked, as it were, and then took the damage, now I get to hit back. Now when I hit back, only, let me get this right, all fire attacks are inefficient, meaning they're half as efficient, okay? So I need to hit him for 10, essentially, regular, okay? So, I need to hit him for 10. So let's see, what can we do? Well, we have 4. That's 9. And I would argue that agility allows us to do it, right? So let's walk through this. So I'm going to use this mana and our stored there for that and that. That's going to be a total of 4 attack, 9 attack total. I need 1 more. Now agility says during combat this turn you can spend move points to get attack 1 for each. So I would argue that I can use this, which means I actually hit for a total of 11. Or I guess I could just play it as a straight up regular attack for 1, and that gets me 10. But I still, just to be clear, since that's a move 2, and I can use movement as attack, that would actually be 2 there, all right? If physical, oh, you're right. Hold on, back up. You're right. Only fire attack is halved. I apologize. So if that's the case, let's hold on to that. Good call, good call. So I will go ahead here. Discard another card from your hand to get 5 attack. So which one do I want to use to discard it? Actually, I forgot about the discard part. I think we discard the rage. Yeah, and keep my movement for next turn. I like that. So we're going to discard this, and that'll be 5 damage, and he's dead. So there we go. So that one got used. These get discarded. And he's dead. It hurt, but hey, that's 5 fame. And on top of that, we get to draw an artifact here in a minute, and we put a shield token on the monastery. Burn it down. And 5 fame. That'll do, pig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1, 2, and 3. There. There we go. So we're going to level up here in a minute, but our reputation obviously took a hit because, you know, we burned a monastery to the ground, kind of pissed them off. Fair, I suppose. All right. Done. It hurt, but we did it. So, high fives. Cool. One more thing. On that note. Oop, sorry guys. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Just checking. Sorry. So, yay. Good job. All right. Cool. Okay. All right. So that is not the end of a round yet. So end of a turn. Reroll mana. So we will reroll this bad boy. That is another gold. That'll do. No Magic Glade, no mine. Rewards. So here we go. So artifact, we draw one, correct? Yeah, I believe so. So we're going to draw one artifact. You guys saw me shuffle this earlier. Here we go. What do we have? Hopefully something that heals. The Sword of Justice. When you play this, discard any number of cards from your hand. You get attack 3 for every card you discard this way. Fame +1 for each enemy you defeat this turn. So that is, well, it's just a regular card, right? However, if we want to destroy the artifact, we can do the bottom. Double the contribution of all physical attacks you play during your attack phase this turn. Enemies lose physical resistance this turn. Fame +1 for every enemy you defeat this turn. All right, cool. So it goes into our deck. Oh, draw 2. Okay, I thought so. Couldn't find it. Didn't want to waste time, so that was one. And now we're going to draw, hopefully, something that heals. Endless Bag of Gold. Oh my. Wow. Damn. 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 I'm leaning towards a Sword of Justice. I'm leaning towards that just because fame is nice. I mean, it's victory points, right? And influence is nice. But the problem is there's only so much. Like, we're going to be able to recruit one more because we're going to level up here in a minute. But realistically, more than I think the sword's going to do better for us. I really do. So we're going to discard this to the bottom of the deck. But bye, Endless Bag of Gold. Can't believe we turned that down. Oof. Just going to show we're doing things proper. More monk-like, even though we just burn a monastery. We're not going to talk about that. You don't need to worry about that. I don't think either of those is the wrong answer. I mean, if we didn't already have the +3 influence as well, you know what I mean? So, all right. So that will go, hold on. Let's see. So this is actually going to go into our discards. And then it's going to get shuffled up. Because you get rewards, then you level up, and then you draw new cards. So, okay. That's our rewards. And now we flip the top level and use it as a command token. So, hey, our defense just got better, and our hand size is 5. Well, guess what? So that will flip over. Now we can command a second unit. We draw cards. But we're at 5 because wounds, those are bad. So we're at 5, but we can move and we'll be able to explore, hopefully. Maybe, let's see. We're going to have a move of 6 total, so we will be able to explore. I know new cards always go on top of the deck. Okay, so I guess technically it would be, that would go here. So, okay, here's my question then, guys, because obviously y'all know this better than I do. That is my deck right now. So my discard actually was empty, but now, or my deed deck was empty, but now it's not, so it actually stays there, and this will not get shuffled yet. Which it wouldn't shuffle anyways, it automatically shuffles at the end of a round. My bad, you're right, yep, I got there. All right. So now, it's his turn. It's his turn, and he is going to go ahead and go 1, 2, and he's done. So now, let me check for the solo for that. Flip as many as they can. On the next turn, the dummy player announces end of round. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we have a choice here, guys. We can do one of two things, and I'll actually do it this way, I think. Yeah, that'll work. So, on our turn, we can either take a regular turn, or we could rest. If any non-wounds, we could discard one non-wound, and any wounds. So we could discard a card and discard all of our wounds. I don't think we do. Okay? The sword, well, here, might as well, here. When played, discard any number of cards from your hand for the Sword of Justice. Does that include wounds? That doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right, though, does it? Yeah, it makes sense to me that wounds are only if they're very specifically say discard wounds, right? That would be my guess. So, our cards that we have potentially 4, 6 move. Oop. So 6 move. We could heal. Thank you, Christopher. Okay. So let's take a look at the village. If we were to meander over, limp over to the village, you can buy 1 point of healing for 3 influence. Well, the problem is we only have 3 influence, so it'd be 1 point of healing. And for healing, there we go. One healing point throws away 1 wound. So, honestly, I don't think it's worth it. So instead, what I think we ought to do, because we have 6 movement, we could go 3, 4, 5, and explore. I think that makes more sense, because we got to get exploring, right? I think so. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to use the gold there for a move 4 and the move 2 for a total of move 6. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. All right, so that's going to be 3. Now, let me point out on the keep over here. The keep says, this token is revealed during day if the player is adjacent to it. Well, we are now adjacent to it, so we're going to flip it over and see what it is. It's a swordsman. So he has a physical attack of 6. He's worth 4 fame and a defense of 5. Okay. And then we're going to spend 2 to explore right there. So we'll move these just out of camera shot. Shouldn't be 9. My bad. I told you I picked the wrong number. I picked the wrong tiles. I apologize. And yes, technically they're supposed to be in order. I know, I know. So there we go. So, marauding orcs. We will grab it. Orc. Ooh. All right. That one is technically a orc summoner. Now with him, when his attack, we're going to actually grab a brown tile, and that's going to be the attack. What's going to try and hit us, okay? All right. That's going to be 1 fame. Oh, I'll come back to that just so I don't forget. That's 1 fame for revealing a tile. Then we have, let's see, we have another village and we have a keep. We know the village, so I don't need to mess with that. I'm sorry, not a keep. It's a, shoot, we haven't gotten it. It's a mage tower. Here we go. So, Mage Tower. When revealed, place a violet enemy token face down on the space. It's during day if we're adjacent to it. We will not be, I don't think, because we had 6 movement. That's 3, that's 5. We won't be. And there you go. So, didn't want to do that. There we go. So, it's going to be a violet one. And we are not adjacent, so we'll put that right there. Okay. All right, that's it. Okay, dig it. So that was 3, and then 2 to explore. We have 1 movement left, theoretically. There's nothing we can do with 1, because... So we're done. For an action, that took all of our cards. So that's done. That's done. We are cardless. So we elect to take no action. Done. All right. So end of the turn. Re-roll that. Another green. No rewards. No level up. We have no cards to... Oh, we do have a card to draw. So. Oh, hey, it's a Sword of Justice. Who knew? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just put it there. Okay. All right. So now, Goldick says, hey, I'm out of cards. End of the round. Okay, so we take 1 more turn. Okay. So now, for our turn, we have a Sword of Justice. Well, I would say we rest. We basically would discard the Sword of Justice to be able to discard our wounds. I did take the point for exploring. I did. Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to do. We're going to discard the Sword of Justice and shuffle in the wounds. Yes, it's discarding wounds, not trashing them. So, I have to discard, and there we go. So I'm going to make sure that they're split up. There we go, like so. Okay. Well, hold on, because you guys, let me double check this. Okay. For end of a round. Give me a moment. Or end of a turn, sorry. Put all cards played this turn into your discard pile. No, that's end of a turn. Sorry, not end of a round. I apologize. Wrong thing. Oh, I guess either way, you shuffle all your deed cards. So yeah, I guess yeah. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. So it doesn't matter. Okay. So going into a new round. So I declare that we're going into a new round. So this will go away. All right. So flip the day-night board. So the only thing it changes is those flip-flop numbers, basically. And the mana, what's available. Reroll black and gold until at least half are basic. So we're going to reroll the black one. So how about some green, yo? New unit offer. Discard and draw units. So these get discarded. Or just, we're never going to get through the whole thing. 1, 2, 3. So there we go. We have the UTIM crossbowmen, the herbalists, and the scouts. Okay. Okay, cool. Dig it. Is there a monastery left on the board? There is not, because we burn it to the ground, so we don't get a new extra action. It doesn't exist anymore, so that's that. Okay, refresh. So the bottom. So this one goes to their deck, and the bottom one, I believe, also goes to their deck. Let me see. Nope. Crystal matching the spell, which is going to be a green crystal, is going to get, that goes to the bottom, to the discard, but we're never going to make it all the way through. Those will shuffle down. So Goldix is going to get another green crystal, which it's not ideal. So there, and that gets added to his deck, okay? Oh, re-roll all the mana dice. Okay, my bad. So we'll re-roll 2 of those. My bad. All right, that's better. A blue and a white and a green. Cool. Because I re-rolled the black already to the green, that's why. This needs to shift down 1. That's an ice shield. Ice block of 3. Reduce the armor of 1 enemy blocked this way. Armor cannot be reduced below 1. All right, cool, good. Ready all units. I already have that. Shuffle all my deed cards and draw up to my hand limit. And then choose tactics card and back into it. And there we go. I mean, you guys have now seen essentially the game. So I'm going to shuffle my deck now. Yeah, green is not what I wanted. Understood, but that's all right. So is all this making sense? I realize a lot of y'all watching this have played this, but for those that have not. All right, we'll cut. All right, we're drawing 5. And we get to look at that first. How is it almost 5:30 already? Jeez. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Well, okay. So we get a heal. That's good with that. So we got a lot of movement, is basically what I'm seeing here. Okay, cool. All right, so tactics-wise, we now have black tactics, because knight, so, yeah. One time this night, if your deed deck is empty, you can shuffle your discard pile and put 3 cards at random back into your deed deck, then flip this card face down. That, not terrible. A mana search. Once per turn, before you use mana from the source, you may re-roll up to 2 mana dice in the source. When you choose dice to re-roll, you must pick gold, which is depleted because knight, you can't use it. First, if there are any. Okay. Midnight meditation. One time this night, before any of your turns, you can shuffle up to 5 cards, including wounds, from your hand back into your deed deck, and then draw that many cards, then flip this card face down. That's actually not too bad. Okay. Preparation. When you take this tactic, search your deck for any 1 card and put it in your hand. Well, that's kind of awesome. And finally, sparring power. Once before the start of each of your turns. Once before the start of each of your turns, choose 1. Put the top card of your deed deck face down under this card, or flip this card face down and pull all the deed cards under it into your hand. Huh. Well, shoot. I mean, that seems good. Oh, that's actually really clever. Take this tactic, search your deck for any 1 card, i.e. a wound, put it in your hand, then shuffle your deck, because Rejuvenate allows us to heal 2. Well, isn't that clever, Simon? Don't mind if we do. I dig it. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So we will do so. So we will... There we go. Good call. So now, oh, that was next too. So, oh, and he doesn't apply to wounds. Oh, Christopher. Boo. Really? All right. Well, I'll shuffle anyways because we saw it already. So, well, damn. All right. All right. Okay, so back to the drawing board with that. Let's see. I mean, the long night is kind of nice, right? Oh, I need to shuffle Goldix's deck too. I'm looking at all of my cards here, all of my options, while I shuffle his deck. You know, Midnight Meditation might not be terrible, because it says one time this night before any of your turns, you can shuffle up to 5 cards, including wounds, from your hand back into your deed deck, and then draw that many cards and flip this face down. All right, so there's Goldix's deck. Yeah, let's do it this way. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and take the long night. That's fine. One time this night, if your deed deck is empty, you can shuffle your card, shuffle your discard pile, and put 3 cards at random back into it. All right, so now we're going to shuffle up. I'm on board with that. I'm not going to take too long deciding. So he chooses. And by the way, did we decide the tactic that Goldix gets? Does that go out of play? I don't think it does. So I'm going to go first this turn, or this round. And so that'll go there and there. All right. Ow. So we're going first this turn. So here we go. I mean, we could just bust out the 1, but gah, I really kind of want to save this till I get another wound, you know? It does? All right, so let me grab the 3. That's what he took. So he actually drew the 3s on both of them. So the Mana Steel and that are both gone. All right, cool. All right, so what are we going to do? I kind of just want to get exploring, honestly. I mean, we have a little bit of an attack, right? But not really much. I mean, honestly, I think we just come around this way and explore. So we got, that would be a move of 7 to be able to do so. 3. Check that, it's night. That would be 9 movement to be able to do so. Yeah, I think so. I think move of 9. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ugh. Ugh. Well, and there's no city to fight in this game, period. There won't be. Once we find the city, that's all she wrote. 1, 3, I'm looking at this. That's 1 to move over water right now. So that could be 1, 2, 3. 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No. Oh boy. All right. Well, I guess we could go to the glade and wait, huh? So to move through lake and swamp is 1 if we were to do this. And then the forest is 5, so we would need 7. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And go to the glade? I don't know if that's worth it. I feel like that's going the wrong way. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can't wait by the keep, guys, because if we move here, he's going to attack us. And I don't want that. Oh, God. We can't actually move here then, can we? Or can we? For the keep, let me look. Hold on. Actually, no, we can. It's only the marauders. The marauding orcs. Okay, it's only marauding, so never mind. Okay. Yeah. So, I guess we heal. I guess. So, we will use the green. No, hell no, we won't. And we don't need to use the green. So we'll use Rejuvenate to discard this back to the supply. We could go to the village. That's a fair point. But that feels like it's going the wrong way, right? We could go to that village. Not going to attack the keep, guys. So oh, you know what? Hold on. I love you guys, but I'm going to play this. So I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to move to the village. I need a total of 3 movement in a perfect world, so I will use the frost bridge in this case. So I will use the blue to go there. It's one, lakes and swamps are 1. So there and there to the village. So that's used. And then, for my action, I think I'm going to recruit. Honestly. The reason for that is I have this, which is 2. If I were to use one of these as another influence, that would be a 3rd. Because the Herbalist allows me a heal of 2, which then, the fact that I have this unit here basically keeps me from worried about taking wounds then. Taking wounds is actually, I'm okay with, because then I can just use the Herbalist once per round. I like that idea. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's see how it works. So I have my movement. So what do we have? We have a green out there. So I'm going to use this and this for the 3 influence. Oh, hell, it's -1. I need 4, don't I? Son of a good call. Because -1. So I need 1 more. Yeah. You know, call me nuts, but lessons will be learned. So there's 2, there's 4, done. So those are going to get discarded. I'm going to take the Herbalist, and I can do so because it has a village symbol right there. So I guess technically they would be a village people. There you go. Yeah. I'm okay with that. So we're done. All right, we will re-roll the mana. That's a blue. I like my choices, white, blue, and green there. No rewards, no level up. I'll draw 5 cards. Sword of Justice. That'll do, considering we're talking about fighting the keep and everything, right? I mean, that makes sense. There we go. More attack. So, yeah, I feel better about this, regardless of how this plays out. I'm just saying. It's like I knew. All right. Goldilocks over here. 1, 2, and 3. No white. We're good. He's done. There we go. The Mage Tower is what I meant. I don't know what I said, but I meant the Mage Tower. Okay? And in fact, the Mage Tower says the tokens revealed during the day only. So while Unconquer can be assaulted and you get a -1 rep, the defending enemy is fortified, so ranged isn't going to help me. If successful, mark it with a shield. Yeah. So, I'm good with that. All right. Discard. Okay, so when you play the Sword of Justice, any number of cards from my hand, you get an attack 3 for every card you discard, and 1 fame for every enemy you defeat this turn. Well, let's get it on. So, are we going to move? We are not. We're going to assault a fortified site, right? We get a spell out of it. So my question, though, is, do we move into the site to be able to attack the Mage Tower? Entering a space, but then unconquered. Yes, we have to enter it. Okay, that's what I thought. So we need 2 movement to move into the desert, right? Oh, check that. 3 movement, because desert at night, it's easier. Okay, so 3. I have no red mana. Keep that in mind. So we're going to have to use the Sword of Justice. Yo, how do we have no movement? Seriously? None? So we have that. I guess we're going to have to use that. Okay. So we will use the white mana and agility. We get a movement of 4. During combat this turn, you can spend any amount of move points. 1 to get an attack 1 or 2 to get a ranged attack 1, but it's fortified, so range doesn't matter. Now, I assume that because movement is separate from an attack, any movement I were to use, which I have none, well, except these, I guess, technically, the extra movement here is forfeit. I don't actually get it there. So I have a movement of 4. So we're going to move on in right there. So let's see what we get. Oh, bring it on. All right. So he has, he's fortified. I have no siege attack. I don't. Okay. So no siege attack. So he is physical resistance. So all physical attacks are inefficient, but I have plenty. I'm not worried. Oh, the village. I guess I could have plundered, right? I forgot. Let me see. See if I would have. You can plunder a village during another player's turn. You can only plunder a village once between your turns. If you do, draw 2 cards and get a reputation loss. Nah, I don't think I would have. Because I would have seen my hand draw because I go first. So, no, I wouldn't have. But good to know. It's not worth the rep loss to me. All right. So I am not going to no range / sieged because he is fortified in the Mage Tower. Okay. And in fact, I will put that there as a reminder. Okay. So he's going to hit me for a brown enemy. Replaces enemy in block and damage phase. All right, so here we go. Okay. So he's going to hit me for 6, in theory. So now, do we want to block it? Yeah. Let's do that. So what do we have? I do have 1 red mana right here. Keep that in mind. So we have a block of 6, potentially, we need. I could use improvisation and then one of these guys. So and for damage, I believe, give me just a second. All right, so I'm gonna, so 6, yeah. Oh, that's right, can damage my unit. I forgot. I can use my units. That is a block of 3. So I need to be able to hit him for 6. That's 3. Oh. That's a block of 3. Or they could take the wound. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. Thanks. Forgot about that. I forgot. It's paralyzed. If a unit is wounded, it's destroyed. If the hero is wounded, immediately discard non-wound cards. Okay, so we're going to make sure that we block all this. Okay. So this will be a block of 3 there. So I need 3 more. I feel like I am 1 card short right now. So I need 3 more. So if I were to use this, I have to I need 6. I am 1. How am I 1 short? Am I really 1 short no matter how I do this? Because I need to be able to hit him for 6, and I am 1 short no matter how I do this, right? Because I have to discard another card from my hand. So this card's dead already. So that card's gone. I guess. Son of a bitch. Take care, Philip. There it is. That's it. That's it. Yep. Thanks, Bulaxini. All right. So improvisation. Discard another card and get a block of 3. There. So I'll discard the sword and I get a block of 3 along with a block of 3 there. Done. So those get discarded. So now this goes away. I didn't kill it, so that's fine. So now we need to damage a total of 6 over here because he is reduced physical. So, okay. So now I have this there. That's 4, 5, 6. Attack of 2. There we go. There we go. So those, wow, that was way harder than it should have been. Done and dead. All right, so let's see, with that being the Mage Tower. Sheesh. Mark it with a shield, gain a spell as your reward. There we go. Whew. Appreciate the help. That's going to be 4 points. 4 fame there. I lose 1 rep down to there. Any player can recruit units and buy spells there. Spells can be bought for 7 influence plus a mana that is the same color as the spell being bought. Okay. All right. Whew. That was way harder than I thought it was going to be. All right, so now let's take a look at the spells for the first time this game, shall we? Target enemy does not attack this combat. Well, that doesn't suck. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Destroy target enemy. Just done. Okay. Let's see. Space bending. This turn you can move to spaces and explore new tiles that are 2 spaces away from you as if they were adjacent. Ignore any spaces you leap over this way. Your movement does not provoke rampaging enemies this turn. That's the leader in the clubhouse so far. At the end of your turn, set this card aside for the rest of the round. Put all other cards you played this turn back in your hand. Skip the draw new cards. And immediately take another turn. That's cool. The one above it, when you play this, pay a mana. If you paid blue, attack, ice attack 8. Red is, wow. I mean, the whole point of this game, though, is that we're going to choose that spell. Ooh, hold on, wait. Or is it off top of the deck? Shoot. Yeah, I think space bending. So we'll choose that one. Top of the deck, slide down, refill, demolish, ignore site fortifications this turn, and they get -1 armor. That's cool. Okay, cool. Oh, we're just doing the first recon. All right. So that's the end of our turn. So that gets rolled. That is unusable gold. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I did right for the spell. Good. No level up. We are 1 away from getting a new skill. And draw 5 cards. Let's hope we draw well. I mean, we knew we were going to get it at some point, right? So, all right. All right, cool. So that was our turn. Now the bot goes. 1, 2, 3. Red. No dice. Thank you. Okay. So I need 3, 5, 7 movement in a perfect world. Can't do it. I would like to have 7 movement because then I could explore twice. When you play this, play another action card with it. Get the stronger effect of the card for free. If that effect gives you move, influence, block, or any type of attack, gain that amount +2. I do have green. So that'd be 6 movement. So 2, 4, 6. And then I could use that as my 7 along with this. I can explore twice then with my entire hand. That's awfully tempting. So if I were to do this, play another action card with it, so this one. So I would get a move +2, which is 6. Play this as a move 1, which is 7. And then, because I can explore a spot 2 spaces away, I can explore here. Oh, so that's 1, 2. I don't even need to move that far. And then 1, 2. And I could explore there. So I just need a move of 4. Well, hell, if that's the case, I could just do that and do a move of 4. Explore and then decide whether or not oh, damn it. That's right. I have to have the blue, don't I? So, oh, that's a good point. I forgot. I have to have a spell. I got to have mana for a spell. Duh. Okay. So if that's the case, I'll gain a blue, do that, and then explore twice. That works. So there. I'll spend this for a blue mana. There. I'm good with that. Because that, yeah, that gives me a, that works. I guess theoretically I need a move of 6 to be able to explore 3. But I can't. I have to have the mana to be able to do that. So I can do it as I can explore 2 of them. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So we'll go ahead and explore here first. Oh, I did it again. That's number 10. Hold on. Oops. There we go. There's 5. So we'll go ahead and take care of that one first. So Marauding Orcs. There. And then a monastery. Put the top card of the advance action deck. So we will then go there. Regeneration, which is a heal and ready units that I control. That's actually really good given where I'm at right now. All right. Done. And then we will go ahead and let's go ahead and get away from the Marauders. And there's number 8. Another Marauding. There we have some ruins, another village, another glade. Ancient ruins when revealed. Place a yellow token here, face up if it's day, face down if it's night. I can enter it there, and it'll either be an altar or enemy to fight. So depending on how that plays out. All right, done. Oh, shoot. You know what? You're right. It's night, so I will shuffle that back in, and I will choose one of those instead. Good call. Good call. Thank you, Justin. All right. So, done, done, and those are gone. There. So we are first. I need to remember that. So now it is his turn. Well, hold on. For the action, are we doing anything? I don't think we are, right? I don't think we're doing anything. So, 1, 2, 3. That sucks. 3 more. 1, 2, 3. But it doesn't chain, so there's that. That hurt. Oh, hell. This one as well. You're right. Yep. So that one will go back. And we will grab that one. Good call. Sorry about that. All right. All right. Sweet. So we're drawing 3 more. I'm actually kind of hoping we get a wound, and green would be great. That is not green. All right. So, what are we doing? We want to explore, because that's the goal. So we need to get through this. So I want to explore. More than anything, I want to explore. So we have, let's see. Man, I got a ton of influence and stuff now, don't we? So I need a move of 5 to explore. Crap. Okay. Well, the forests are prohibitively expensive because it's night, right? I mean, we could go to, honestly, we could go to the village. Yeah. Like, this just sucks all the way around. Oh, thank you. Points for scouting. Ah, good call. So that would actually be there and there. So that may change things. Good call. All right. So we get top 2 of these. Good call. Thank you. Let me see. Now, do the Marauders... When revealed, they go face up. You are correct. So that should have been face up. So hold on. Yeah. There and there. So yes, they go face up regardless. Good call. All right. So what do we have? Bonds of Loyalty. The bottom one. When you gain this skill, add 2 regular units to the unit offer. Put the skill in your unit area as a command token. It costs 5 less influence to a minimum of 0 to recruit a unit under this command token. Jesus. This unit can be used even when the use of units would not normally be allowed. You cannot disband this unit. Oh my. Well, that's not terrible. And the other one is Leadership. Once per turn, when activating a unit, add +3 to its block or +2 to its attack, or +1 to its ranged attack. Wow. It's hard to not do Bonds of Loyalty. Take care, Karthik. Yeah, I think we're going to choose Bonds of Loyalty. So, that means I get a 3rd. Okay. So that one's out of the game. I'm okay with that. So it says add 2 regular units to the unit offer and put this skill, and it costs 5 less influence to recruit a unit under that command token. Don't mind if we do. Heal 2 from Goldick. Oh, right, yeah. Right, there is the heal 2. I elect to go ahead and go with what I went with. We have some peasants. I'm going to scoot these over. And so we got peasants and forester. Move cost of forest hills, swamps is reduced by 1 this turn to a minimum of 0. Okay. I'm just saying that the crossbow isn't terrible. Scouts also with a move of 2, and I can reveal a new tile further away. Also tempting. Golly. And it's free to recruit them. And I have a ton of influence coming up this turn. So potentially it could be, I have no red, so I can't use that. That'd be 2, 4. I do have white. 2, 4, 8. Up to 10. It costs 6 for that. And that readies a level unit 1 or 2 unit that I control. Or a heal. Yeah, I think we go. My concern here. Hey, Rocky. I don't want to move here because that activates both of them. That would be bad. Yeah. I have crap for movement. I think we have to. If you're at the Mage Tower, oh, I could get a spell. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. I forgot. I'm at the Mage Tower, right? So, and the Mage Tower. 7 influence plus a mana that's the same color. I have white and blue. Well, that works out. So I can do either of these. Ooh, what do y'all think? Which of those? I'm up for ideas. Or do we go to the village? Get the action and another unit. I think we're going to... You're not supposed to backtrack, I know. I'm going to anyways. We're going to do a move 2. That's going to come to the village. And then interacting with the village. And you can do any mix and match with that. So, you know what? Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong scene. I apologize. So we're going to recruit. I think we go ahead and heal. That's 10. And that would be free. Yeah. Here's what we're going to do. So we're in their village. We're going to go ahead and recruit. We're going to recruit the scouts for free because I get 5 or less on that for free. Done. Then, so I need 6 and 3 more allows me to heal. So a total of 9. That's 4 plus fame and rep of 1. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I like that. That'll work. I am supposed to get an action card when I leveled up. I did forget. I will double back on that, but I'm going to use all of that, all of my actions. So that's going to recruit and heal. Whew. All right. So one thing at a time. Let's take a look at our actions since I did forget. Ice Shield and Heroic Tail is nice. Plains and Deserts, though, Song of the Wind, as that's going to be the direction we're going to want to go anyways. That's going to go onto the top of our deck. Thank you. I forgot. I got so excited about the skill, I forgot about the action, which I would argue is just as important on this. Good call. All right, so now I gain a fame and a reputation for this one. There and there. We're going to get that card. That goes onto our deck. And it's going to allow us to heal, so that goes away as well. So I got rid of 2 of them. This gets rolled. And all my cards have been spent. That works out. It was a good trip to the village, at least. It's 3 to heal, but it was 6 to be able to buy that card because of the monastery that got revealed down here. That's why, for regeneration. All right, we're done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't forget, we still have Long Night. Okay. Can you only buy, oh, you can only buy it at the monastery? Oh, son of a. Ooh. You are correct. You are correct. Hold on. That's why I haven't flipped these yet. So it actually would only cost me 3. So let's back that up. Good call. I'll actually just use the Noble Manners in that case. So that means I still have those. That'll work. Good call. Have a good one, Nico. Good call, Connor. Damn you. So it's 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. All right. All right. His turn. 1, 2, 3. Red. No red. Done. Okay. This should have gone back then, which means I draw one more card. There we go. All right, all is right with the world now. Thank you. All right. Sheesh. Cheating son of a... No, I'm kidding. All right. So now... Okay. Move 2. I don't have white. Ah, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Ooh, that hurts. I do have blue, though, and that could give me a white. A move 2, it would be 1 to move across each desert. And then a move 2 is an explorer. For those 3 cards, I could explore 1. I think I like that. I think so. So we take the blue over here for crystallize. That will give me a white onto my inventory, but I'm about to use it. So the white gives me a move 2. Plains deserts reduced by 2. Desert at night is going to be a 3. So that's going to be a move of 2. That'll be 1, 2 there. And then I'll use that swiftness to be able to explore. That seems not terrible. So these 3 are gone. Re-roll that. And obviously we're going to explore there. All right, so we got another Marauder. Day or night, still goes face up. That one's going to be fortified. And another glade. And another village. That's not so bad. So now, that's what we have left. So that was our movement so far. However, so this is interesting, right? I have these scouts. I could use the scouts and both of those cards as movement 1 to be able to explore one more time. And by the way, so I don't forget, 1 there. That might not be a I feel like I can make better use of that, though. Yeah, I think we'll wait. Do we? Or do we go ahead and use it? You know what? We're going to go ahead and use it. The reason is because I still have that unit, which allows me to ready a level 1 or level 2 unit, which means I could then ready him again. Yeah, I think we will. All right. So let's do that. So I'll use this as a move 2. So that one's going to be used. Then I'm going to spend both of these as move 1s, because the whole point of this game is to explore, right? So that'll be a move 2. And then the other 2 movement, I will explore there. And we need to actually move that up. One more Marauder. All right. So those are our 3 left. Hopefully the city is at the top. That's what we're hoping. Lakes are 0 this turn. So I don't get the top, I get the bottom. Because desert, Costa, oh, wait, you're right. Plains are 0. You are correct. I apologize. You're right, you're right, you're right. So, you're right. So, hold on. So we can move freely, right? I've already used the mana, so I actually could go there. That's one more explore. Well, hold on. If that's the case, so make sure I'm doing this right? So I can move here for free, and then I spent 2 movement that is on the unit to explore that. I move there for free, and I still have 2 more to explore, which means I can explore there. Well, instead of getting the movement back, I would rather explore again, which is going to be 1 more fame. And here we go. And there's the city. Because I'm allowed to be 2 away to be able to explore. All right. So it's going to be 1 more point for that. And now, for the scenario, let me make sure I get that. All right, first recon. When a player reveals a city, all players, including themselves, have 1 last turn. If the round ends during this, the game ends immediately. Good call. Well, that worked out really well. Nice. All right, so that's the, now I'm in a village. Well, hell. I can't recruit, I have nothing. I could pillage to draw 2 cards. Do I need to, though, to lose the rep? I don't think so, because I'm going to draw 3 anyways. So that's it. Right, the brown can't be on the edges out here. They can't be, but it's not, so we're good. All right, so that's the end of our turn. So, let's see. Roll the mana here. I'll get 1 last turn. That's dead. Draw my last 3 cards. All right, so now he'll go. He'll draw 3. 1, 2, and he's done. So it's our turn. Final action. How can we get some points? We can use an extra mana die from the source. Well, sort of. Not really, because there's only one and it's red. We're in a village. What can we do in the village? We have no cards to draw. And we have red mana, so that we could ready a level 1 or a level 2 unit. I don't think we're going to do anything. I mean, I guess I could ready that. I don't think it matters. No, I have not used the long night either. I was just looking at it. It says one time this night, if your deed deck is empty, you can shuffle your discard pile and put 3 cards at random back into your deed deck, then flip this card face down. So I would argue I could do that because it doesn't say a specific time. It just says one time this night. So I can shuffle this, put 3 cards in, and then draw 2 of them, right, as part of my draw. Wounds are okay. All right, good to know. So I get 3 back. 1, 2, 3. And I get to draw 2 of them. So here we go. I am not close enough to be able to go and whoop some butt because we're at night and there's forests everywhere. So all right, so let's see. All right, so probably gonna heal. So we're not gonna, well, hold on. There is the glade next to us, so hold on one second. If you end your turn on a magical glade, you can throw away a wound card from your hand or discard pile. So 6 and 1 dozen the other, really. But it really doesn't matter. So I will use influence. That's going to be 2 and 3 to discard the wound. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. There we go. And done. That's the end of the game. And I could pillage. Would I want to pillage, though, is the question, right? Because it gets me the extra card. It's literally only 1 card. I don't know what it is for a loss of rep. I don't think it's worth it. I don't know if reps if you lose points for losing rep. So, shoot, where did I put the scorecard? There it is. I guess rep doesn't hurt you. Have a good one, Frank. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. No, we're done. I'm not going to bother pillaging. All right, so now we go through scoring. So here we go. All right, each player scores 2 fame for each spell and 1 fame for each advance action in their deck. The player scores the most. Okay, there's not going to be for the most type thing. So, all right, so let's grab our deck. By the way, that's what it was. So basically going to get all of our standards here. Okay, so all the standards are there, so here we go. So going through this, Gonna get 2 points for a spell and 1 for every advanced action. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's going to be 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next is greatest loot. 2 fame for every artifact, and 1 fame for every 2 crystals in their inventory. So that's going to be 2 for the artifact there. Then greatest leader. Each player scores fame equal to the total level of all of their units. Wound units are counted only as half. I have no wounded units, so that's going to be 2, 3, 4. So 4 more fame for that. Greatest Conqueror. 2 fame for each shield token they have on a keep, mage tower, or monastery. Okay. Monastery, mage tower. So it looks like 2 to me. 1, 2. And that's it. So 2 points for each of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Greatest Adventurer, 2 fame for each shield token they have on an adventure site. That'd be none. And then greatest beating. You lose 2 points for each of those. And then for each unplayed round, 30 points. So I got 2 unplayed rounds. That'd be 60 points if my math is right. And 1 card for every 1 point. They have none. So is that right? That would be 60. If that's right, that would be 96. And done. Well, that'll do. It's fantastic. This is awesome, man. The rules really aren't hard. So hopefully I showed that. I mean, I realize that the stream, it's been, a 4-hour stream or whatever. But I will say, having this, is it this side? Yeah, this side helps. And then the combat reminder there. And as you play it more, it becomes more intuitive, obviously. But, I mean, obviously I laser focused on what it is I was supposed to do late, right? Finally, eventually got out to where, I mean, you look at the map, how it is, and now we explored. So, who knew that Norowas was such a monster for exploring, right? So yeah, setup isn't as bad as you would think that it is, for the simple fact that once you have everything organized, as far as getting all the expansion stuff out and all of that, and it's not that big of a table hog. Like, if I wasn't streaming this, it would take up half the space, probably. I would have it a lot more condensed. And I don't need all the tokens out there. They could be here in front. It just doesn't take up that much room, I don't think. Oh, award no titles. All right, so minus, say, 20 points. So maybe like 76. Okay, fine. Mark says, the rules aren't hard, but there's enough gotcha and little things that you can forget, such as how fire and ice block work. Yeah, because you're like, wait, do they block fire, or like that's it, but you can look those up easy enough, I think. And Mark says, but since I primarily play it solo, if I forget a small rule, it doesn't really hurt the experience. I agree, and every time I think about, oh, screwed up that rule or whatever, I think, I just hear Mark Herman in my head. Do your due diligence, and as long as you're not intentionally trying to cheat the game to get around something and look for a loophole, then in the end, who cares? Did you have a good time? This is pretty epic. This is pretty fantastic. I understand why it's so well regarded. It is, there's a lot here, and there is so much. I mean, the amount of scenarios that are in this game, that's just, yeah, there are so many scenarios. And that's just in the base game. Then when you factor in the expansions and all, oh my God. Now, I don't know how much this costs, but there's a lot of game here. I hesitate to say, is it worth? If you're a solo gamer, the answer is probably yes, because this is fantastic. I understand why this is so well thought of. It's a really, really clever puzzle, like being able to, I think it was Simon earlier that was helping me try and figure out how can I discard enough cards and still be able to attack. Just, there's really clever card mechanisms and card play that the game gives you freedom, and it lets you experiment and allows you to chain things, and it just feels good when you're able to do that. You see your hero grow and get stronger as the game goes along. Like I started out, I had nobody. I was a level 1, little whelp, and ended up commanding 3 units out here. The Northern Monks, the Herbalist, and the Scouts, thanks to that skill. It's just, yeah, this was cool. And that's only playing one of the 4 heroes. And there's one more hero in the expansion, and yeah, I dig it. I cannot wait to play this more, so I'm really looking forward to next weekend. So next weekend, what I'm going to do is, now that we've gone through the basic stuff, now we're going to play a full scenario, and then from there, then we'll go into one of the expansions the following day. I think so. Yeah, the puzzle of the game is those big fights. Yeah, oh, I dig this. It does exactly what it sets out to do. And I mean, the fantasy theme, I love Skyrim. I love, that high fantasy type stuff as far as for a solitaire game. Yeah, sign me up. Now, I know it plays multiplayer. Fine, if that's your thing, but if I never played this multiplayer, I think I would be perfectly fine with that. I'm just excited to explore it more, because I'm still the resident new guy when it comes to Mage Knight. Bernardo says, I think the most difficult part of the game is the number crunching on a fight. Becomes a bigger issue when you're fighting cities, because those get to be really big numbers. I understand that. Yeah. Or keeping a turn straight since you've undone a bunch of times. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you're playing it solo, oh, let me back that up. Nobody cares. It's you. Obviously, when you're streaming it, but you get the idea. Yeah, and Daniel says, thanks again for going through this. The more full Mage Knight playthroughs there are out there, hopefully more people learn about the game and get into it. I hear you. That was my goal, is to start out from, okay, when you open a box, to, okay, get into it. And then from there, we'll dive into it even deeper next weekend. I think that's cool. And Bernardo, this is the biggest gripe I've heard about Mage Knight, is It's a really long game if it's multiplayer, and there's a lot of dead time because one player takes their turn. I've heard that it maybe is a 2-player game, but it's solo. That's everything I've heard is a solitaire game. Just because it says it plays more on the box. It's kind of like Democker. It's a 5-player game. The end. I don't care what the box says. Yeah, I get that. Apostolos says, Edward, welcome to the cult. Look, I'm in. Wholeheartedly. Yeah. No, I have not played the full scenario. I'm going to next Saturday. Not this Saturday, the following Saturday. And then Sunday, I'm going to play another one. Streaming them both. So, yeah. So well done, Peanut Gallery. I appreciate the assistance. You know, oh, hey, I forgot this. Oh, hey, forgot that. Oh, I screwed that up. I appreciate it. It happens. It's live. It's not edited. So I definitely appreciate it. So, hey, thanks, y'all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it as well. If you did, give it a thumb. Down below, subscribe. Consider supporting the show. That thing jumps up on its own. It's not that high. There we go. That's where we're actually at. So if you want to support the show, you can go to pledgehc.com. Support the show if you think the content that create here on Heavy Cardboard is worth it. Certainly would appreciate it. You go right where it says down there, pledgehc.com. Certainly would appreciate it, y'all. So that's it. I have High Frontier in 15 minutes, so I need to clean this up and get that ready for that. And then let's see. Tomorrow, what do we have? Tomorrow we're off camera because we're doing a play of Tawantinsuyu. And then Friday is Girl Stampede. There's 2 streams of Girl Stampede. There's the Lego one at 3 and then Cardboard Kid at 7 Eastern. Saturday is 3-player, me, Jess, and Rainer of Tawantinsuyu. And then Sunday, really big one, High Frontier with modules 0, 1, and 2 with me, Jeff, and Joe. So be sure to tune in. It's going to be a little bit of a lighter week next week, except for Mage Knight. Just saying. All right. Podcast is coming. Delays on my end. I wanted to focus on this week, so I apologize for that. But it is coming. Should be good stuff. So thanks, everybody. Be kind to one another. Seriously, be kind to one another, right? It's not hard. Wear your masks. Social distance as best you can. And I'll see you guys on Saturday for Tawantinsuyu. Take care, everybody. Thanks. That was a lot of fun. Like, legit. I had a blast with that. That was good stuff. Really good stuff.